This meeting is being recorded.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our September 2021 EWCE meeting. We are on agenda item 19, Basin Director report, and we will start in the South Platte with Director Zapata.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, fellow directors. Good to be with you this morning. After yesterday's meeting, I really enjoyed yesterday's meeting, and after yesterday's meeting, I totally changed my report. So briefly, I'm going to say the South Platte and Metro Roundtable is doing great work, working diligently on their BIPs, and great work securing water supply grants and having great discussions on demand management. But I really want to thank Director Brown for having the thoughtful insight and inviting the Department of Ag to talk about their insights and agriculture's viewpoint on demand management. And I can't see if Commissioner Greenberg is here today, but thanks to Commissioner Greenberg, I really appreciated her comments during yesterday's meeting. And I didn't say anything at that time because I really wanted to give it some thought overnight of what my comments wanted to be in that arena, because I literally had to shut off my camera during that conversation because as Commissioner Greenberg knows, I've been asking myself a lot of the same questions that she said she's heard from producers across the state. And I'm fortunate. I mean, I'm farming in the South Platte River Basin where we had luckily a wet spring, and we weren't dealing with the extreme drought that the northwest and the west slope of Colorado had. So I thought today I'd use a point of personal privilege and just share my story and my perspective about what I'm calling the depressed mood of farmers and ranchers across Colorado. And water has a lot to do with it, but I think that can be the issue that breaks the camel's back, so to speak. So I think it's critical that we understand the implications of many policies that we are working on. But I also know that the problems that agricultural communities facing are many and in many different areas. The bottom line is that our economic viability is really in question. I've talked to egg producers, dairies, livestock operations, row crop farmers, our vegetable farmers, tree fruit people, and we're all seeing skyrocketing costs for inputs, and sometimes even just the lack of availability of those things. Things as simple as finding pallets to put our product on to take them to market. But probably one of the biggest challenges have been just the increasing regulatory burdens, ranging from labor, water quality, water quantity, air quality, land use, food safety, transportation, just to name a few. And in the past, we've always survived these increasing costs by becoming more efficient, producing more with less. But as we can see, and USDA provides reports on this, the amount that each food dollar, the amount that are actually going to farmers and ranchers on the ground is becoming less and less. And it's partly because of societal changes. We're all busy. We all want convenience, and so much of it now we're asking for prepackaged things like bag salads and things. And so that's not making it back to the farm, that income. And then on top of that, all of the issues that urban encroachment creates, like people stealing farm equipment. We're continually dealing with people dumping trash like their mattresses, TVs, couches, and tires in our fields, dumping lawn clippings into irrigation canals, driving their ATVs and UTVs and 4x4s through our fields. Just a month ago, I caught somebody trying to steal a catalytic converter from my pickup. I have a 2001 Ford pickup. It's got 480,958 miles on it. And I approached him. I saw him. I approached him. And he pulled a gun on me. As a farmer, our family farm, we've always faced weather variability. And we've managed those risks in many different ways. But this season, when a hailstorm rolled through across our farm at 3:30 a.m. on Friday, August 20th, totally destroying 130 acres of pinto beans. That's the picture behind me, actually, my background. 130 acres of onions, which I pumped 107 acre feet of water on. Reducing the yield on 700 more acres of crops. Something was different that made me want to quit. It was not necessarily climate change. It's that lack of feeling hopeless that I can't move forward anymore. And that scary and really frightening feeling that I'm dragging down with me the wonderful employees that we have, some that have been with us for 3 generations. But believe it or not, I'm one of the lucky ones. I have other options available. And I don't have children. I can't imagine what farm families are going through that don't have the options that are available to me. With regard to the comments made about time away from our farmer operations, I couldn't attend this meeting even virtually if there was a threat of bad weather. And to try to explain the reasoning behind that is, our onion crops are very sensitive crop. The seeds are the size of a pencil point, and they're not very competitive. So you have to really treat them with a lot of loving care. So back in November of 2020, we started preparing the fields, eventually planting them in March, throughout the season, irrigating, cultivating, fertilizing, weeding them. Eventually getting to this point where we're actually harvesting the onions. And it takes us about 14 days to harvest those onions that we plant. Well, these 14 days and when we finally secure the potential income for the entire year of work. So I always like to compare that to somebody that has a normal job that's getting paid each week. By me taking 3 days off attending this meeting, that means I'm missing 21% of the harvest time. And translating that, that's really equivalent to somebody's that's actually working 40 hours a week for 52 weeks. That's like them taking 3 months off of work. So time has a totally different perspective when you're thinking about agriculture and when we're asking agricultural to be involved in things. So I present this analogy just in a way to exemplify that we really need to understand the way that each farm operation operates. A good friend of mine has a family dairy operation, and I used to tell him that I really didn't understand how he did it, how he having to milk cows 7 days a week, every day of the week, 365 days out of the year. But then he would tell me that he didn't know how I managed to survive with no income for 11 months out of the year, gambling that everything would be okay. I know former Director Jan's soapbox topic is return flows, which I totally agree is critical. But my soapbox is really the importance of the diversity of agriculture and the fear that I have that our good intentions are pressuring a lot of ag to look alike rather than allow for each operation to be unique, which I would argue is a strength and not a weakness. What may be a challenge for my vegetable operation may not be one for a ranch caring for animals or vice versa. It's a shame that we often try to include so much under the single word of agriculture. But what most of agriculture has in common is that there's so few of us. You may often hear the figure that less than 2% of the population are farmers and ranchers, but I roughly calculated using 2012 census data. I know that sounds kind of old, but that's all that I could find for really finding the number of vegetable farmers in Colorado. So in Colorado, according to the data I found there, vegetable farmers make up less than 0.015% of the population. 15 1,000ths of 1% of the population. I've been fortunate enough to host both USDA Secretaries of Agriculture, Vilsack and Purdue on our family farm, and I shared with them one of my favorite T-shirts that displays the definition of farming as a noun, and quote, "The art of losing money while working 400 hours a month to feed people who think you are trying to kill them." So in closing, thank you for allowing me to just spout off here this morning. And I really want to thank you, though, for your concern that you have expressed for Colorado farmers and ranchers. And as we move forward on our mission, I know and hope that we can always strive to understand the unique challenges that each and every one of them face. So thank you all very much for that this morning.
Thank you, Director Zapata, for sharing your story and your time with us. It's really meaningful, and we're very fortunate to have you on this board. Are there any questions for Director Zapata?
What, Dr. Scott, I can't thank you enough. I mean, you have always been kind of the go-to person as many years as we've had the opportunity to work together, but for you to be so frank and candid and share these challenges that, it's not just the West Slope ranchers selling off their cattle, but here you are, and you have represented agriculture so beautifully for so many years. And, our heart goes out, because if we can embrace our charge and support the water that's being used by the agriculture community and keep agriculture viable and successful, then I think we failed. So keep us on course, keep us real, and we're I think we're all in this together. But you're sharing this means the world to me.
Thanks, Director.
Thank you so much, Director Sakata. I obviously cannot listen to you without really reflecting on the importance of what you're saying, not just for you, but for the entire state of Colorado. So I think this is a call to action for all of us on the board to really remember why we are sitting here, and the diversity of that Director Sakata talked about in terms of farming is also important as we think about the diversity of who sits on this board and who we hear and what that looks like. And I am so proud to have you on the board with us, and I definitely think you are going to keep us on track. I am going to reflect on this day as I look forward. And when these words are going to come back to me as we're thinking about demand management, as we're thinking about the Colorado River, as we're thinking about the water plan and the policies we're making. The words today had huge impact. So thank you, Robert. I did think your favorite shirt was an Avalanche shirt, but now I know.
Thanks, Director Mitchell.
Great. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the Arkansas Basin. Director Wolf.
Okay, thank you. Like Director Sakata, I had an epiphany yesterday, I guess you could say, and decided to do something different than what I was going to do. But what I was going to do was nothing, because the last two meetings I spent a lot of time on a couple of big elements of the Arkansas River water landscape, I guess you could say, our voluntary flow program, and then our what we're doing with wildfire mitigation in the Upper Valley. But I got an email this morning. It came out yesterday morning. I hadn't seen it yet, and it's a totally routine email that I get all the time. It's an update, and but it really struck me, and I thought, I think I need to share this, because when we're talking, Becky, Director Mitchell was talking so eloquently yesterday and forcefully about the fact that Colorado deals with shortage every year, or nearly every year, and whereas some other parts of the Greater Basin basically are entitled to something that they receive every year, and they haven't really had to struggle the way Colorado has. I spent a lot of time thinking about that. I also, in conjunction with Robert's beautifully painful comments this morning, thought a lot about what Director Greenberg said in two different agenda items yesterday and what Kelsey had to say about the sociology of natural resources. I love that title. But you know, I had a few thoughts here before I go to this email, or not even thoughts, just phrases that I'd written down. One was an occupation of hope, which I've often had that same sentiment about being a fishing guide, frankly. If you're not hopeful, you don't got it. You know, you're dead. So an occupation of hope. Another phrase was do not neglect the emotions that Kelsey said, and that's, I think, maybe in terms of negotiation and success, but I think it's also really important for us in terms of understanding why we care about this, why we would bother to go through all these gymnastics and everything that we're doing. I think Robert's comments really were important because that humanizing element that comes from building relationships, trust, and makes Robert not just a CWCB member or, you know, agriculture, but a man out there having to stand his ground, frankly, literally, as well as take cover and watch things get wiped out. That's really important. And my experience on the Arkansas has been that a lot of our successes have come from building those relationships, and humanizing one another, so that the first question isn't, you know, what are you going to do with your water, but, you know, how's your wife, how are your kids, or that kind of thing. That builds trust, and it builds the ability to make phone calls, get answers, and work together to achieve success. Another comment or phrase was supporting ag through change, which when Director Greenberg first said it, I thought she meant by change, or, you know, through change as in like, let's use change to support agriculture. But then I understood she meant, no, it's helping them get through changing times and how challenging that is. And then she also said that sitting back, for instance, hope reduces your options. And so even though the emotions and the hope are so critical to getting up every morning and getting out there and picking up the pieces, that, you know, this idea of being proactive and really working hard is what creates the options and creates those pathways forward that we have to keep finding. It's critical. What I wanted to talk about, though, was an email that I get every day, or I don't think it's every day. I think it's every time there's a change in the call on the Arkansas River. This comes from a guy named Lonnie Spady. I'm sure Kevin knows him well. I think you would call him a commissioner, water commissioner, but he does more.
Kind of an operations coordinator.
Yeah. So the Arkansas River, Robert mentioned return flows. Jim Yon talked about return flows. So the Arkansas has all these different calls as you go downstream. It's not, you can't say, oh, the call is this. It depends where you are. And so the title of this email, I mean, this is what's, or the subject, I guess you'd say, is River Call Change to a 6/20/1881 Bessemer, 5/15/1874 Rocky Ford Ditch, 4/15/1884 Fort Lyon, 4/1/1886 Fort Bent, 1/29/1885 Buffalo, 7/22/1889 XY, and 5/31/1949 Colorado Kansas Compact. That's the subject line of the email. Okay, and I'm going to read through this story just quickly here, because this may be eye-opening for some people. For others, it'll be like, yeah, no kidding. So it just says all. Bessemer is on the call and curtailed with their 6/20/81 right, and will control the upper portion of the river and passing through to the Rocky Ford Ditch. Collier is out of priority. Excelsior is out of priority. Colorado is out of priority. Rocky Ford Highline is out of priority on their 1884 right with this call change. Oxford is on their senior right. Otero is out of priority. Catlin is out of priority. Holbrook is out of priority. Rocky Ford Ditch is on native flows and are on the call with this call change. Rocky Ford is sweeping the river, meaning they are drying up the river, except for some account, which is pass-through water. Fort Lyon is on their senior 1884 right. Fort Lyon is sweeping the river. Great Plains Storage is out of priority. Los Animas Consolidated is on their senior right. Consolidated is sweeping the river. Conservation Storage out of priority. Fort Bend will be diverting native water. Emily will be out of their 87 right, and so on. It just keeps going. And so there's a lot in here, right? There's people are drying up the river completely to get their water, and then there are return flows coming back in or reconstituting the river, and then somebody else is sweeping the river again. And return flows are coming back in again, over and over and over. So you can see from hearing this that on the Arkansas River side, on the east slope side, right, not the Colorado River, there's all kinds of valid, successful, critical agriculture that is undergoing shortage right now, trying to finish crops, trying to do what Robert's doing as well, and they're struggling. This is our third dry year out of 4. 18, 20, 21, all pretty severe years, although we had some rain, thankfully, this summer. We've been looking at, and this is where I'll tie back to Colorado, we do have Trans Mountain diversions into the Arkansas River. I think it's around, the historic average is around 120,000 acre feet, I believe. And so that is probably about maybe 20% of our flows, something like that, total flows, come from the west slope. Some of these are pretty senior, like the Twin Lakes Tunnel, and some of them are fairly junior, like the Fry Arc Project, right, which is definitely junior to the Colorado River Compact. And so we assume would be curtailed in the event of a compact call. The water that we bring over is partly for municipal, and I'm speaking of the Fry Arc Project now. It's partly for municipal and it's partly for agricultural. Municipal has a priority in times of shortfall, and our average diversions over time are about 58,000 acre feet a year that we bring over. This year, we brought over 30,000, so that's about 55% of our 20-year average. And we were only able to allocate about 15,000 acre feet to agriculture. Last year, 2020, we were able to bring over more. We were able to allocate more to ag because 2019 was such a strong year. We had a lot of water in storage. But and this year we were lucky because we had rain. But multiple year droughts really, really test the system, and they test the resolve of everybody involved. And it really is very challenging for agriculture. So when you talk about operating the shortfall on the Colorado River, and I know that Trans Mountain diversions are controversial, and I know that people on the West Slope listening right now might not feel that sympathetic to the fact that supplemental water that's being brought over to the Arkansas River Basin has been in shorter supply, and we're feeling the pain from that. I understand that, respect it, it's fine. It doesn't take away the pain, though. It doesn't change the reality of it. And so the reality of it is our system that we operate on and utilize here in Colorado is integrated throughout the state. And we are all reliant on the Colorado River. And so I wanted to use this email as an example to bolster what Becky's saying about the West Slope shortfalls and cuts and challenges. Whether you're sympathetic or not, we experience it too. And it causes a lot of damage and a lot of challenge on our side as well. And I just thought this email and then coupled with these little stats I had were a good example of how to, or a good way to demonstrate that. And because it's not just important that people understand the shortfall on the West Slope side, and that will galvanize the West Slope, and that will galvanize, statewide political leaders and stuff, but people in these eastern drainages who have the same problem, I know they have the same issues on the South Platte, We need to galvanize our people, our local politicians, and our voices in support of our statewide lead on this, because we are feeling the pain too, and we have more of the population, more of the money, more of the voice in state or in regional matters. And so I think we really need to get this clear in our heads on the Arkansas, on the South Platte, really clarify what these impacts are so that we can speak intelligently about them and be the voice that the West Slope needs us to be. It shouldn't fall just on them. It shouldn't fall just on Becky as our compact commission. That's all I have.
Okay, Director Phelps. Any questions for Director Phelps? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Well, great illustration. And isn't that a upper basin, lower basin concept? East-west basin. Want to hear from Dr. Ryan at some point about this sweeping the river thing, or to protect people's rights. One, obviously, diversions need to be, they're entitled to them. But I guess I've talked about this for so many years, is how do we develop, and I don't think now is the time, but this issue of drying up a river also dries up a habitat, dries up a fish population, and it dries up, it impacts so many things. So, and I think that's all part of our conversation here, is how do we bring it into balance? How do we give the tools to agriculture, the agriculture diverters, to protect their water rights, and also to get to protect the river and the sand. So that, and I've struggled with that sweeping river. So you see it on the community, you see it everywhere. So we'll talk about it another time. Unless you have something.
I'll give you a placeholder because this is really Director Phelps' time, but I would almost be tempted to ask Mr. Veal and Ms. Bailey and Director Mitchell answer part of that question when we're talking about flows in the river and protecting those flows. Because we have a very robust program with good leadership right now, and outside of my strict priority administration, that people are allowed to divert water according to their water rights, they have a complement to that. Absolutely. I apologize for that.
Way to punch.
Yes.
Any other questions for Director Phelps? Thank you. Moving on to item 19C, which is my report from the City and County of Denver. I'm going to keep my remarks short today because frankly, I think there are more important perspectives to hear from. But I did want to just highlight a couple of things. One is, probably for us the biggest challenge right now, and then two, I want to kind of highlight a hopeful. The biggest challenge right now, frankly, continues to be dealing with COVID. So in early August, the City and County of Denver, of which Denver Water is a part, even though we're an independent agency, the city issued a public health order requiring mandatory vaccination for all city employees and all city contractors, and also a number of other sectors, including healthcare, education, childcare, etc. And as an independent agency of the City and County of Denver, our employees fall under that order. Director Gibbs talked about the state order, which, as I understand it, encourages vaccination, but does give some employees some choice as to whether to vaccinate or wear masks in the workplace and engage in routine testing. Denver's order is more strict. Denver's order requires vaccination. The only exemptions are for legitimate healthcare or for firmly held religious beliefs. And as you might imagine, just like the rest of the state, we have a diverse workforce, and that requirement stirs up a lot of emotion for people. We talked about some of the emotions that are stirred up by the challenges that Kelsey was highlighting yesterday. And for us, this is one of those challenges as an organization that is stirring up a lot of really valid and also really raw emotions. So that's something that we're working through right now and trying to support our employees through the decisions that they have to make about whether they're willing to follow that order, and if not, frankly, what that means, which is a really hard thing for our organization. So Kelsey's remarks yesterday sort of again just reminded me of not just the challenges we face in water and in agriculture, but through many challenges that we face in our local communities and across the state right now. On a more positive note, the hydro building at the National Western Center reached a milestone last week or earlier this week. They placed the final steel beam on the hydro building, and the hydro building is a building that Colorado State University is building, and in which Denver Water is a partner. Our water quality laboratory will be part of that facility. But more importantly, that facility, and frankly, the National Western Complex to me really represents a revolutionary coming together of water and ag, of our history of Colorado, and also of where we're going as a future. In the important leadership role, frankly, I think that we as Colorado can play in this space. So as we're looking at that physical scaffolding going up at National Western, it again reminded me of Kelsey's point about the community scaffolding, the emotional scaffolding that communities need to be successful. And I hope that physical scaffolding goes up and represents really the coming together of water and agriculture and education and history for the state of Colorado and National Western, that we as a board can continue to be that scaffolding for our state, for water users across the state, and for our local communities and the interests that we serve and the interests that we represent. We're going to continue to face tremendous challenges on this board. And as part of the critical negotiations in which Becky took part. And so I am just going to keep that image front and center in my mind of us working together to be that scaffolding and to make sure that we're supporting each other and we're supporting our water users and communities across the state. So thank you. Any questions? Director Schwartz?
Thank you. I've been so grateful when you're keeping us abreast with all the efforts of Denver Water, in particular, the replacement of their lead lines. And I just think you've impacted so many households in this community in general. And now I see that's a practice. I understand part of this administration's goals. One question I have is we have this opportunity for gray water in Colorado through legislation. And I know in New Mexico, you cannot have a building permit without a domestic wastewater system. And that is a technology that's available, and wondering between Denver Water and ourselves, how do we develop this opportunity for domestic gray water, and I know CSU has it in dorms, and how do we more institutionalize this? Because it's a bumpy road getting it in place. I appreciate that. So maybe in the future we could hear more about your perspective, Denver Water's perspective, and helping facilitate households. I know you have a whole break, but how do we let the general public, and actually this came out of my daughter who's a homeowner having her lead lines replaced, and actually said, how can we start to why refilling our toilets with fresh water? And so, because how do you find out about gray water and so forth. So I just thought you're such a leader in helping with this transition and the solution of the water.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anything else? All right. Director Dutton is not able to be with us today. So actually, we're going to go to Director Brown next. Yampa White.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, thank you all for your comments this morning. I'll just stop there. They're really impactful. And as someone who has not spent any time in production agriculture, I'm just fascinated with the dedication that is put in across the United States and across the world. And every time I think about everything that goes into being in agriculture, it's completely overwhelming. And so all of my respect goes to you all that spend your lives in this important. I mean, it's the livelihood of our world. So thank you. I also wanted to thank you, Chairwoman Brody, for your comments about the emotional impact of the work we do and how Kelsey brought it up. And it's something that I feel like the Basin Roundtables have brought to the table, maybe more than anything else, is that we have learned the value of finding trust between each other because of that process. And even though we don't have the same, all of the same values or the same way of living, I think that's been my favorite part of participating in the roundtables, is just coming together and getting to know people and putting the emotion into these relationships that can sometimes be not present otherwise. So we had the drought tour up in the Yampa Basin, and thanks to everyone that made that happen. But it made me think about, I recently reread Cadillac Desert, and Mark Reasoner has a quote in there that is, "Reason is the first casualty in a drought." And I think it's just so applicable right now. And so I was thinking about why I felt that way. And I know a lot of people in my basin have heard me get on the soapbox about how agriculture and in Northwest Colorado, our calf cow operations and grass hay production, it just, without the folks that do that up here, we don't have the backbone of our community. It just really sets the baseline for how we function up here and what we value and all the things that people enjoy. And so to go back to that quote, reason is the first casualty in a drought. How do we not let that happen? And so I was thinking that something like giving each other the tools for reinvention rather than making these decisions out of fear. And lately I have felt really pressured individually around demand management. And even though we start every demand management conversation by saying it's not a silver bullet, to talk about it for 2 years certainly starts to seem like it's some sort of bullet. And I feel like I start to put my faith in demand management out of fear. And I hope that as we continue these conversations about what the future of Colorado needs to look like, not just in ag, but for our communities. And because what we do here on this board and what we do as water users really does frame the state we become. The purchasing of historic family farm operations and turning them into gentleman ranches or out of state or out of country ownership, and the impacts that has on a community and the impacts that has on a community a community's residents to be able to stay and to be able to have their kids come back and live in these communities, even if they're not involved in agriculture, is incredible. And so what are we creating in Colorado if we're not prioritizing community? And so I'll go back to something that I mentioned yesterday, and that is, the 4 pillars that I have been inspired to think of because of a conversation I had with Aaron Derwinson of the Nature Conservancy a couple weeks ago. And I always enjoy talking to Aaron. He's super knowledgeable and really values research and digging in deep. And I find him to be a very thoughtful person. So I can't take credit for all this, but we were chatting about, pillars of aridification and how Colorado can deal with those. And so the first one was conservation, and we talked about that at the last board meeting, how this board can rally around conservation goals across the state and what we can do to create carrots for folks to really start to make more headway in that realm. And the second is short-term solutions. And I look at those as the tools for reinvention, this infrastructure. We need more gauging stations. We need measurement. I would put water banking in there. I'm a bigger fan of water banking than demand management. I think that we're a state together and we need to look at banking water together as a state, not just for the Colorado River. The third is long-term solutions, and that's forest health, soil moisture, wet meadows. Again, there's probably others. And then the fourth, which I just can't thank Director Mitchell enough for inspiring me on, is this advocacy piece. And sign me up for the campaign. I love what people have said, Director Felt. I could go on and on about the impacts this year on my valley, but I won't today. Advocacy, we are experiencing shortage, and we need to advocate for Colorado and Coloradoans so that we end up with what we want, not what we get. And Director Mitchell, I'm just super impressed with you and your words and your leadership around advocating for Colorado. So thank you. And I think that's all that's on my list. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Director Brown. Any questions for Director Brown? Seeing none, we will move on to Colorado River Maintenance, Director Schwartz.
Thank you. So again, me and technology, I sent 3 files of photos, but I think Vivian has gotten 1 of the 3. I sent it twice, but oh well. You have to just go with the flow on this. So maybe I'll start in reverse order if Vivian has.
She'll bring up what she has.
She said she has got, there we go. Okay. So I have the good fortune of bringing, this is actually a picture of what's called Springborn. It is in silt, and it is a 120,000 square foot greenhouse. It has been developed by an individual named Charles Barr, and it's his first foray into agriculture. But it is really, I think, a great really compliment to our conversation this morning. And it is on a farm, Silk Farms. It's the Silk Farms is a 250 acre property, and it has center pivot, grazing, irrigated acres, and this facility is just starting production, and it has a footprint of about 5 acres. And so this facility provides an opportunity to it be integrated into an ag operation in silt in the Middle Colorado watershed district, and it does not utilize surface water. It actually utilizes wells, and it's with augmentation. So let's go to the next slide. So this is a key picture of me and Kaden, and as we're ready to go into the facility, so let's go to the next photo. Let's see what we got here. This is, I'm sorry for my photography. So this grows food. This grows leafy greens, and it is basically in a clean room environment. The food is it grows in peat, and it has this is the 5th automated system in the United States. It is a Finland. It's from Finland. This system, and it will grow 1.5 million pounds of leafy greens a year. So Charles Barr presented to the Ag Commission last week, as well as to the Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado, and talked about this is an economic engine. It creates 20 to 30 jobs, smart jobs, and it has let's go to the next photo. It is, and what it will do is take it all the way from, so these are pictures of commissioners and our ag commissioners, as well as local leaders and elected officials that were able to visit the facility these last two weeks. So, but let's try the next photo. So what it has is, and here's Charles, and here's our one of our groups. But this is this aspect of the facility. So you have the growing aspect, and then this is the packaging aspect. And what it will do is no one touches these grains, and it will not, and the soils are, this peat is actually removed. But the most important aspect of this is it uses 5% of the water you would use to grow 1.5 million pounds of leafy greens outdoors. And you grow it year round, you create jobs, you create an opportunity for repurposing our water. I was at a conference in Norway, and in Oslo, and they said by the middle of the century, this is called a controlled environment agriculture. And virtually all of our food will be grown in environments like this because of, just as Director Sabato talked about, it is the climate, the temperatures, the aridity, the water, and agriculture needs to integrate this opportunity to diversify and stabilize their operations. So as you saw from the original picture, it has about a 5% footprint on this ag operation with 250 acres. Again, this used for grazing, hay, and what this will do, thank you. So this is a really good shot of the greens that are planted on these trays. The trays move in and they rotate through the system. No one goes into this space. And then it comes out and it's packaged, and again, no one touches these greens. And this is a great example of how we can integrate and diversify agriculture and keep agriculture viable, profitable. And this is an indoor farm, basically. So the fact that you can operate this and provide it with 5% of the water that you would, and you can have jobs and have that opportunity. But it was a really, I think, a really good experience for people to see hands-on. And this individual has invested $30 million. The automated system is $10 million, and it's only for food. But there is this will address this hot, dry future that we're coming in to help us manage our risks as we're going forward. As we know, we grow 2% of the food we consume in Colorado. What happens right outside, within maybe quarter of a mile max across the street is the Colorado River. Right now, the Colorado River water is flowing right by this facility to go to Arizona and California to grow these greens, only to put them in outdoors, put with our water, put them in trucks and send them back. This facility will basically account for maybe 2% penetration of the Denver leaf spring market. So it's not a silver bullet, but why are we sending our water and to either be exported in greens and other products to Arizona and California when we can be growing our own food here and protecting our water resource and using it efficiently with year-round production and jobs. And this, by contrast with looking at agriculture in the West Slope, I think of my friend Mary Conover and Kenyon Fields at Mountain Island Ranch that's on the border of Utah and Colorado, 150,000 acres. Well, they're selling their cattle off. And so how do we, and it is the same kind of heartbreak stories. How do we do this? How do we go forward? And I think that the agriculture commissioners were very interested in this opportunity. You said it's a fifth in the United States, the first in Colorado. How can we be a leader in helping in our challenge, water challenged areas, support the culture of agriculture and create this opportunity? It doesn't have to be 30,000. It doesn't have to be 120,000. It can be 5,000. How do we support that community? Because today, under Colorado law, this is an industrial facility. This is not a farm. This is industrial, and the taxation is really what hurts our greenhouse operation, no matter what size in the state of Colorado. So I think that just pleased to kind of bring this to the conversation. It makes me optimistic, and it fits with So we have elected officials comment that are really appreciative of the investment, the opportunity. So I don't think that Vivian got the other two slides. I did want to share that we'll be having coming up a project on the Crystal River that I was able to tour with the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the town of Carbondale. And we have it in the packet, but it barely tells the level of collaboration and opportunity to restore the crystal right there in Carbondale and create an education center right along the river and restore the riverbed, narrow the channel to address the temperatures that come up, and then secondly, to create, again, a new diversion structure that they don't have to come into the river. And lastly, just talking about the Conservancy also had a great tour up to the Twin Lakes Tunnel. And maybe one day we could all head back in there as Director felt it to join us. But right now you can see that the diversion through that tunnel are 1.6 CFS, and the average at this time of year is 18. So I think Roaring Fork is grateful for that, but the flows of the Roaring Fork right now are around 50% on the upper Roaring Fork going through. The upper Roaring Fork going through the Aspen community. Very interesting tour. We had Colorado Springs Utilities there with the Forest Service talking about the role of the collaboration between Colorado Springs Utility and the Forest Service around forest health, protecting the Grizzly Reservoir and that whole structure. And I had a great picture of, sorry, didn't get through, of our in-stream flow. It was dry at the time. That is some of the water that's left in that upper reach. But it was a fascinating tour, and we did get a lot of good folks on it, and maybe we can head back up there. But again, that's our side of the basically those diversion structures. One side is Twin Lakes, and the other side is the West Slope, and where the Roaring Fork is the headwaters that goes into the Colorado River that heads down. So with that, again, we've heard all the gory details about how low our flows are and what we're struggling with, and appreciate the only river that's doing particularly well is the Franken, which is because of all the rivers coming through there. So our fishing and travel and tourism is healthy in that part of the valley. So, but thank you. Any questions? And thanks for seeing what we did have. The High Water Farm across the street. It's an education farm. We had the director and one of the students there. And this young woman who's basically a high schooler and fascinated by. I said, "This is what's going to happen in your lifetime." So, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Director Sport. Are there any questions for Director Sport? Being none, let's move on to item 19D, San Miguel Dolores River Basin. Director Hopkins.
Thank you. This feels like a bit of a heavy meeting, so I'm going to start and end on a positive note, and what's in between is probably not so great. So I popped open the news last night and just really could not have been more joyful at the news of the governor's wedding. And I thought it was appropriate to say, as a volunteer public servant, that I think all Coloradans are sharing in your joy and wishing your family the best. And so that's my first bright spot. And I also wanted to congratulate again Kelly, Mike, and John and his family for the recent well-deserved awards. And I was terribly disappointed not to be up in Denver last week. So not much has changed in my basin since the July report, but I think it's worth repeating that we're really struggling with drought and aridification here. We've had some moderate relief from monsoons. I think it's definitely helped on the wildfire risk front. I spent sort of an awesome day down on the lower San Miguel River in August, where we just got hammered by thunderstorms and lightning at almost every stop on our field trip. And it was really welcome given how low flows were in part of the river. So we were out there and had heard that the river had been relatively dry the day before, and it sort of had flow in it again from those monsoonal rains when we were there. And, you know, I was reflecting on Commissioner Mitchell's comments yesterday about all water users in Colorado needing to be protected. And I think all water users and uses in my basin are being impacted right now. Our producers are really struggling. There have been some documents that have come out on the Dolores River about seeking drought relief that are showing that repetitive shortage is really testing the financial viability of some of our producers down here, including the Ute Mountain Utes Tribal Farm and Ranch Enterprise and other non-tribal producers. At the same time, our river flows are incredibly low, sort of historically low this year. As I've been sort of behind the wheel and out walking and recreating on rivers, I've seen rivers that are, you know, very, very low or completely dry. So not only does this fragment habitat for the plants and animals and people that depend on those rivers, but we have a robust tourism industry that's centered around angling and rafting, and those industries are all hurting this year. So, you know, this shortage is hitting us, but it's really the sort of repetition of shortage that we're seeing over the last 20 years that's hurting all uses in our basin. And so I think, you know, the last couple of years have really raised questions for me about how much this drought and aridification process is testing the resilience of our people, our communities, and our institutions. And so I really feel the push-pull between not wanting to make decisions out of fear and being pragmatic that we're at a place in the Colorado River Basin where we may not control our own destiny as Coloradans if we don't design the tools and programs and solutions that we need as a state. And so it really hit me yesterday that, you know, we need to build the scaffolding that Kelsey was talking about but there are real consequences of inaction. And so I think that, as we think about the tools and programs and funding that we need to develop to keep our water users as whole and healthy and safe as we can, I think there is an element that this is the time for Colorado to make decisions that are going to benefit us, because I think that we've seen some evidence this year that solutions that are made outside of the state may not fully take into account our needs here. Sort of, what is our basin doing? We are incredibly busy. We have a very engaged and very diverse set of folks working at the roundtable on basin implementation plan finalization. We've got multiple forest health collaboratives. We are starting to implement the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative and other forest health initiatives across our landscape in the Dolores and San Juan headwaters. We have several different watershed planning and IWMP processes. We have some that are nearing the completion of stakeholder process like the San Miguel, and then we have new potential processes starting to surface in some of our tributaries. So at the same time that we're being really tested in our resilience, we're seeing really high engagement and incredible work coming out of our basin. So I think I'll end with a thank you, and first to Director and Commissioner Mitchell. Your leadership has been just incredible through a tough summer, and I really appreciate you. I wanted to thank the staff for excellent work on everything from lots of changes in the funding landscape, Colorado Water Plan updating, and Colorado River Matters. I know that you're working hard, and I feel like I'm saying this every meeting. I also recognize that you're still working during a pandemic when many of us are still stretched between caregiving and work. So I think the message is this work is going to be here. And so I really want to support the prevention of burnout and taking care of our staff. And I'll extend that to the Attorney General's office as well. There was one thing that I forgot in my report that I will end with, and that is our basin has a really high interest in all Colorado River matters, but something that wasn't mentioned yesterday is that the drought response operation releases are also occurring in the San Juan River system this year. And I just wanted to remind everyone that Navajo Reservoir actually straddles the Colorado and New Mexico state line. It's a river that we share across state line. And so what happens in the main stem does affect water users in Colorado. The level of that lake does affect recreation in my basin. And so my basin is going to be keenly interested in seeing what happens both to the releases and to reservoir recovery. Not something that we talk about a lot, but that reservoir and that sort of multi-state impact is incredibly important in my basin. So I'll end there and take any questions.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to the Gunnison. Director Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a few slides, but I did want to recognize Robert Sakata's statements this morning. That's very heartfelt and honest, and I thank you, Robert. I know what you're talking about. Farming's a difficult business, and there's really no end in sight to it. Vivian, you could just go on to the next slide, and I do need to apologize. When you see this slide, you're going to recognize that it's an old drought monitor, not the current one. The current one shows some drought on this side of the Rockies, and not as burnt up as what's shown here. I do have some comments. I think that this is somewhat overstated. The monsoons have really helped. I feel that we're going to go into the winter with some soil moisture, so hopefully we don't use all the snowpack replenishing that next spring. But that's my guess. Vivian, if you go to the next slide, there was a director that sat on this board for a long time that brought the Farmer's Almanac, and this is their projection for this year, and it shows numbing's the word, just shoveling along. So let's get our snow shovels sharpened up. And I guess I would go on and say that 2 years of drought in a row is unusual. I think you have to go back to the late 70s for the last time that we had back-to-back years. And 3 years in a row is very unusual. The 1930s was the last time we saw that. So I am very hopeful that we will have old-fashioned Colorado winters. And, you know, that I remember visiting my home in the 80s, and we were in the orchard business then. The pruners will wander around 2 foot of snow. It is miserable work anyway, but to have to do it in that condition is something else. I dearly love to see that kind of snow. Well, I think it would bode well for everybody. The next slide, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this was taken at the Lake City Bridge coming over on Tuesday morning. As I said, it's kind of eerie to me. Usually this time of year, there'd be a number of boats on that lake. The Kokanees are starting to school, and you would see groups of boats schooling above them. And I call it combat fishing, but that's not happening this year. As I said, all the marinas are stored up for the winter. They're really kind of sad. My sympathies to the people that lost their recreation jobs there early. So that's the story there. The Gunnison Basin Roundtable has not met since our last meeting. We have a meeting this Monday. I did want to salute the staff that's working on the water plan update. Russ and his people. I think that the organization this time around was great. I wasn't involved in the previous one, but having a general contractor and local experts really worked well in my case. And I salute your efforts. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Director Schwartz.
Thank you. So this is so daunting, but how are the other reservoir levels?
Taylor is 70%. Ridgeway's about that same area. Ridgeway was pulled down. They're going to put a screen or net around the outlet to that reservoir to try to keep the smallmouth bass in the reservoir rather than off the Pagra. So it was drawn down for that. Actually, it was a great water year for us, and I guess it should be when you sit below the Aspinall unit in Ridgeway. So we did go to 70% for a period of a couple of weeks, but other than that, we went from 80 to 90. The crops look very good. They like the heat, so we're in full year harvest.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to item 19I, last but certainly not least, the North Platte River Basin Director Report. Director Trick.
Thank you. Just wow, everybody, great reports today and great comments. I don't think I could say it much better than what's already been said. I mean, Director Sakata, you said it all. This is real. This is what producers are facing from every direction on all fronts: economic, climate, regulatory, and even your personal safety in that in that instance that you mentioned. So thank you so much for your comments. As producers, we kind of have this stoic ethos that, you know, we're not supposed to ask for help or let anybody know that we're having trouble. And for you to share that this morning, right off the bat, first thing was amazing. And just thank you so much. I remember CBW had a campaign once that the slogan was "Hug a Hunter." So I'm going to start a new one that says "Hug a Producer." So go hug a farmer, rancher, and let's all remember what we can do as an agency to prop them up and support them. So go hug a producer. That'll be my new slogan. And just kind of along those lines, that what people were saying today, it made me think of a conversation that I had with a producer friend of mine who he was doing a survey or some other kind of feedback question to USDA, I think it was, that were talking to producers, and they asked, you know, what is it that can help people stay in ag or help kids come back to their family farms and ranches? And he said, well, I could talk about a lot of issues surrounding that, but one thing is health insurance. Simple health insurance. That could be the difference between a kid returning to an ag job versus not returning to an ag job. And it was just such a great answer, I thought, because it's something that we don't think of often as related to that, but it is a big deal. So I just wanted to share that anecdote as well, kind of because what we were talking about throughout all these directors' reports. So turning to my basin, basically not much has changed here either since the last meeting. Our reservoirs are still empty. The Michigan River is dry now, right now up here at our place. And so, you know, it's still not doing great. And the outlook for next year, we hope, is better, but I'm not very optimistic right now. It's hard to be optimistic about what we're facing with this drought. So, and as I mentioned, some of the reservoir operators up here have tried to make the best of a bad situation and get some of their dam safety inspections done while the reservoirs have been empty. So we've done that. And thank you for Dana Miller at Dam Safety out of our Steamboat office to come up here and physically climb up our outlet pipe at Walden Reservoir and check it out and let us know if there were any issues there. So I guess that's one thing, is at least we could get some inspections done while everything's empty. And like, as Steve showed his picture of the empty reservoir, I could show you a bunch of those, but I unfortunately don't have pictures today. But that's pretty much the same status quo as it was at the last meeting. I was able to go on a tour of the White River Basin and Rio Blanco County that was hosted by the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts at the end of August. I believe Director Ryan mentioned that yesterday. Just got to see a lot of the issues that were going on there. And thank you to those districts and Callie Hendrickson, who invited me on that tour. It was a great tour. They have some very unique and interesting attributes in that basin. And if you haven't been able to visit, I'd suggest you go and take a tour of their basin as well. And thank you for Director Ryan for being my bus buddy. He kept the bus from leaving me behind one time when we were getting back on. So thank you again, Director Ryan, for that. Our next roundtable meeting is going to be September 21st, 2020. So coming up quick, and they're going to mainly be focusing on the BIP updates. So look for that announcement if you want to Zoom in or join in. And lastly, our basin, I believe, is going to be one of the first meetings involving the measurement rulemaking. And we will be having a meeting on that in October with Director Ryan and some attorneys from AG's office, I believe, also will be visiting our basin for that. So just in line with what we've been talking about today, I just urge everybody to think about the infrastructure costs and burdens that this new rulemaking might impose on water users, and how can we as a state help with that, because I'm sure that from what's going to come out of the rulemaking, a lot of it's going to be new infrastructure, new gauges, new data, and just thinking about how those things can be implemented without putting additional stressors on water users and producers. And with that, I will end my report and take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Trick. Are there any questions? Dr. Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to make one comment. Director Trick, many people don't know that as state engineer, my administration duties and protection of our resources reaches farther than some of you know, and I will ensure that none of our important directors are stranded in Rangeley. That's my duty and my personal connection.
Good to know.
I thank you.
And I think we need t-shirts that say Hucker Producer. So
Yeah.
maybe we work on those. All right. Hucker Farmer. Okay. So that brings us to the end of agenda item 19. We're a bit ahead of schedule. Let's take a break until 10 a.m. and then we will resume on item number 20. I do just want to mention one minor change to the agenda. Consent item agenda 5F, which was pulled off yesterday, we will take up at the end of agenda item 25. So before item 26. Thank you, and we'll see you back at 10 o'clock.
Is it muted?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need
Now we're
to-
good.
Are you
Just
on?
so
Okay, and then you need to turn the sound on the computer itself. So,
You might have to go to present.
well, yeah.
So stop share.
Can you get out of this full screen somehow?
I think about stop share.
Okay, right down here. It should, is it back
So you're
on?
on.
Yep, you're on. Okay, so everything should be good.
And is the meeting room camera on?
No, you need to turn the camera back on too. Okay, so that's on you. Yeah, but you can switch it back to this one if you want to and have it like that.
Now it's on you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on agenda item 20, the Colorado Water Plant update. Welcome, Russ and Kat.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate being here and for your time. I think the preference is that we flip this, although it makes it very up close and personal for us. So I will do that. But Russ Sands, CWCB staff for the record, also here with Deputy Section Chief Kat Weisfeller, and we're going to talk a little bit about where we're at with the Colorado Water Plant update. We kind of gave you a kickoff kind of high-level overview at the July meeting, and now we want to talk a little bit more today about kind of some of the detail of where we're at, where we've been, and what we're kind of teeing up. So with that, I will let Kat take things away initially.
Thanks, Russ. Kat Weismiller, CWCB staff for the record. Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. We wanted to start today by reminding the board and the public of our vision for the water plant update, because I know from meeting to meeting, things can get a little fuzzy. So the slide that you're looking at now is the one-pagers, the informational worksheets that we shared in January that outlined the 4 action areas for the water plant update and our vision in general around the emerging challenges and the ideas we wanted to unpack more. At the time that we shared these, we got feedback that it was a really helpful insight into where we were headed with the water plant update. And we've continued to enhance and refine our vision and have more details on that we'll share today. But to review, our vision for the update is, first of all, action focused. The update will keep the same values as the original plan, but reorient them into 4 action areas that I'll speak to in a moment. Within these action areas, the plan will identify near-term actions over the next 8 years aimed at managing risk. These actions will collectively capture the spirit of the original water plan objectives and offer clear steps forward and meaningful timelines to manage future challenges. Increasingly accessible. The original plan topped out at over 500 pages, but the update will be streamlined into a 2-volume format similar to the technical update and the basin implementation plans. The goal is to retain legacy content, but have a shorter and more action-focused document that's easy to understand, written in plain language, and easy to use. And we also hope to make that increasingly accessible online and really make that online format the primary entry point for the document. And I'll speak a little bit more about the volume 1 and 2 format later in today's presentation. Simplified action areas. We don't want to lose any of the values of the original water plan, so we're simplifying and pivoting those objectives into 4 action areas that correspond roughly to cities, farms, streams, and planning. And I'll talk more about those on the next slide. And lastly, line of sight. The original water plan had a lot of terms and timelines that could be a little hard to track between values, objective measures, actions, and critical actions. So for the update, we want to streamline that and make it easier to follow the line of sight between the values in the water plan down to the action areas. And I'll show you a little bit about what that would look like. So creating a line of sight. What you're seeing here are the original 2015 water plan values. These are some of the core tenets and values that define us as a state and make our state great. And there's also almost an implied 4th value here. Underlying all of our planning for water is the idea of resilience against a changing climate. Severe drought and fire helped launch and catalyze the first SWASI report and subsequent SWASI reports, and the establishment of the roundtables, and even in some ways the water plan itself. These tools emerged to address acute environmental challenges, but as we begin to recognize these recurrent issues as signs of conditions changing around us, building adaptive capacity and resilience has shifted from a short-term response to an ethos that underscores almost everything we do. So keeping this in mind, our values filter into 4 buckets: vibrant communities, which is our municipal and industrial water uses; robust agriculture, that's our farms and ranches; thriving watersheds, which is our environmental and recreational water uses, as well as watershed health and forest health; and then resilient planning, And again, that's adaptive capacity to climate change. That's raising awareness, promoting education, increasing diversity and inclusivity in our water planning, and promoting smart government that's responsive. And within each of these buckets, we'll have actions, hopefully a smaller subset of meaningful risk mitigating actions. Some of the feedback that we've heard is that maybe there were too many actions in the original water plan, or they were too vague, or they're hard to track. And we're trying to make these clear, concrete, and responsive to conditions. We'll work with the board to discuss the actions that might be developed for the water plan, aiming to establish a clearer line of sight from the values to the action areas to the actions prescribed within them. There are also several cross-cutting themes that will be woven throughout the plan, and they'll likely include the original objectives from the 2015 plan, which are all still critical and very important to Colorado. For example, we can't talk about farms or the environment or cities without talking about conservation. Education is also another one that cuts across all of our action areas, and of course, climate, which fell into the additional or other bucket for the first water plan. And we expect these cross-cutting themes to be sprinkled throughout the text of the water plan update, but we'll also have individual homes in each action area of the plan. And all of this will roll up into the update, and I want to give you a vision of what that will look like. So as we've mentioned, we'll have a volume 1 and 2 format, and we may ditch those volume 1 and volume 2 terms along the way, but from a consistency standpoint, they've been really helpful. We use them in the analysis and technical update. You get most of the need to know information in the volume 1 document. And if you wanted to dig deeper, the volume 2 content was available, mostly online, could be printed, but wasn't often printed. The basin implementation plans have done something similar. In fact, their volume 1 documents have been trimmed down to close to 40 pages, which is a really accessible length. So we're liking that format. And for the update, the original water plan will essentially comprise volume 2, including legacy material, context setting, and small edits to the existing content. It's material that we're thinking of as evergreen. And we're increasingly considering how this content can be laid out and live in an online format. This will keep us current and make new content accessible as it becomes available via links on a website, making it a really living document. And the actionable strategy will go into volume 1 and serve as the primary entry point for the water plans. It'll summarize contextual changes and updates, cover emerging themes, outline our actions, and flesh out the cross-cutting themes. And we expect that to be about 200 pages. And Russ will speak more today about how that will look. So take it away, Russ.
Thanks so much. It's really interesting, the hybrid format. I'm kind of jumping around online, but the same to you. So I want to build a little bit on this kind of volume 1 and break out what that might look like for you. So if it's 200 pages, and of course this will also live online, but I imagine we'll at least print an executive summary of this. But if we wanted to print the whole thing, just thinking about a 200-page outline, we know that first 100 pages is really going to be summary of the original water plan, the tech update, and the BIPs. And that's a lot. That's basically taking 1,000 pages and trimming it down to 100. So it's about how to make this as accessible, short, and succinct as we can in a way that's really engaging to people. That matches well with feedback that we heard when we did some of the surveying on the water plan and what people access. Sadly, not a lot of what we write. Mostly they go for the policy pieces, the actions, maps, and graphs were kind of the main things that jumped out. And a lot of that history is something that we certainly know some people take a deeper dive on, but isn't necessarily where everyone goes. So very similar to how we did the tech update, about a 240 page kind of entry point, and then you have at least 1,000 pages that you can comb through if you want to choose your own adventure there. So that first 100 pages is really the background setting, and just in conversations we've had, there's probably not going to be a lot of disagreement in that section. It's stuff also that's largely already out there for people to see. And the BIPs being the kind of the most recent version of that, those will be out in mid-October for public comment. So by the time a draft of this comes out, a lot of the pieces that we'll be putting in there are going to be very familiar to people. The next 50 pages are really, I kind of think of them as what's new and why is it important? So what's changed since 2015? And what does that mean we need to focus on or highlight or pay attention to? And then the last 50 pages is kind of where the rubber hits the road. It's what are we going to do about it? What are the actions that we're going to take? And while we've brainstormed and gotten some input, I think from the public and probably all of these areas, this is really the order that we're writing in. And so as we start to draft, we're tackling that background piece first, and have done some kind of light brainstorming in the other areas. But that to say, none of this is fully baked yet. So as we think about getting board input, there are certainly opportunities for that, including today, and I think some good comments that came out at the July meeting as well. In terms of if this is possible, I just wanted to highlight, we also kind of look at other water plans, and I like the California water plan and how they've pivoted that to be more of a water resilience portfolio. I think that tracks well with us thinking about our future challenges and understanding that that's about mitigating risk. It would be nice to say that we could fully mitigate all our risks and we're not going to have big fires or drought, but we know we can't. It's really about how we adapt to that. So that concept and even the layout of that plan and how they set it up in 140 pages gives me a lot of hope that we can kind of hit a similar target for making a really short and accessible document. I want to also focus in a little bit on those actions. One thing that's kind of come up as we think about that kind of those action areas is what constitutes an action. As Kat noted, we've got a lot of feedback on the original actions and how some of those may have been more in the vein of you should support X. They're not necessarily actionable. So having actionable actions, maybe a novel concept, but having actions that are meaningful and that we can actually do something with is critical. And I guess central to that thought is that it's something that CWCB can actually do. So it needs to be within our direct control or direct sphere of influence. As we think about, making SMART goals, pieces of that are that they're strategic and that they're actionable. And so if we're setting things up that we can't do and we're putting those as actions of the water plan, we're not really carving out a good pathway for ourselves. So that kind of achievability piece comes in that next window of 7 to 8 years. We know that the next water plan update cycle would fall in kind of 2030. And we want to make sure another piece of feedback we got on the original plan is that other agencies were mentioned, but maybe didn't have a direct role or at least weren't bought into that role. And so we want to make sure that we're not speaking for other agencies or groups, but we are truly embracing them as partners. And we're trying to do a lot of that work now, is coordinating with other groups, and had a lot of good meetings with folks from CDPHE and others. And we'll be continuing those meetings with CPW and DOLA. We heard, I think, yesterday from Commissioner Greenberg that she wanted to be engaged in the plan. Certainly we've been coordinating. We'll continue to do that. So just to give you an idea, this idea of sideboards or guidance for what truly defines an action is something on our minds. Now, having said that, not everything fits neatly into an action. If those are our criteria, there's probably a lot of things that we couldn't say. Like we heard some things at the July board meeting from this board about landscape transformation. That's not something that the CWCB board in and of itself can do. It may be something that we could influence, but it probably involves a lot of partners, possible legislation, private industry. So in thinking about that, we've also been looking at a lot of planning documents and are thinking about some of the resilience documents that were put out. This is one I actually worked on for the city of Boulder. And one thing I like is in a very similar way, there were kind of these buckets of actions. We explained the actions, but then at the end of those, we always got to this place where we said, here's something that we know we need to embrace, something that we know we need to do. We're not 100% sure how to get there. And it probably is bigger than just the city in that case. And we call those frontiers. So whatever we land on as a term, I think there's a way to kind of house and couch these bigger ideas that we know we need to tackle, but are kind of almost a call to action that are a little bit bigger than us. I wanted to pause and also talk about public input. We've heard a lot of folks that have made comments. We heard some good comments at the last meeting, and we continue to get input that filters in. But I wanted to at least say, I put up this image from the 5-year anniversary of the water plan, this document that we had put out last year. But we've really been getting consistent feedback since the launch of the water plan. You'll recall the water plan itself got 30,000 comments, and they didn't stop once the plan was out. Right, every roundtable meeting, everywhere we go, we hear input. And then in 2019, the technical update came out, and we got some good input. That was about a 60-day public comment process. Where we really got input, though, the bulk of it came when the basins had to integrate the technical update data into their basin implementation plans. And then we got a lot more feedback and I think a deeper dive on really the scope of both of those documents. One point I will make here is that these really build on each other. And we've said this from the beginning, is recognizing that the water plan update is the sum of all of these pieces. It's not just one. And to that end, these have really just been a wave of planning effort after planning effort for us as staff. And I know that we heard that early on. I remember, I think at the C9 Summit, Director Brown talked about planning fatigue and making sure that we're building in time for the implementation. And we hear that, and I think that that's smart. As we move forward, it's absolutely about some of this focus on a shorter document is, does it always have to be this costly? Does it always have to be this time intensive? What's the, that 80-20 rule and where we're getting the greatest value for what we're doing? So we're thinking about those things, but the water plan, came out. We almost immediately went into contracting to do, then Swazi ultimately branded the technical update. And then from there, we went to a scoping effort for what does a basin implementation plan look like, working with a lot of the Basin Roundtable members and IBCC members that were a part of that effort. And then the C9 Summit came, and then immediately we went into contracting, and the basins have really hit the ground running in early 2020 and are now done with their review, and we are taking their edits into a drafting phase and going to put that back out for public comment here shortly. A few of the basins or maybe specific basin members needed a little bit more time. I think we're echoing Director Sakata's comments this morning. We knew the North Platte were going to be out paying and in the field, and they wanted more time, and that's fine. They can fold their comments into the public comment period, and we'll honor those the same way. So trying to be flexible and adaptive in how we do that too, and sensitive to people's needs. And then, of course, we inserted this scoping phase, kind of a new effort into our process, kind of thinking about those 30,000 comments and not wanting to get all the input when things were farther down the road, and how we could get in front of that and really, incorporate that feedback from the beginning. And as you'll recall, we held 15 workshops. We had at least 20 partners kind of helping us on that, and then over 1,200 attendees. And I will say that we also probably got enough between all staff taking notes and feedback that we got, at least about as many pages as we have to write in volume 1. So there's a lot of input that we got, and I think that we're hearing that. We're trying to now kind of filter that along with our own thoughts and ultimately with board input as well. So timeline. So where do we go from here? Well, we're hopeful that we're going to have a 90% draft in March. That I kind of put it as a 90% draft, acknowledging that it won't be done. This will be the warts and all draft. It's not the thing that we're going to share publicly, because that wouldn't be the responsible thing to do. We need, we need the board and specifically as part of our internal review, staff and the Attorney General's office to review what we're writing. We've seen the Attorney General office partnership kind of be strengthened through this whole process, especially with everything going on and the sensitivities around Big River issues and other compact issues. So they've helped review the tech update, provide disclaimer language. They've helped review the BIPs and just make sure that if there's an area where we're not saying something that's accurate or where it needs to be qualified, that we're being sensitive to that. While still honoring the local input process. And the water plan's no different. And especially since that's our piece that we're owning and the board is owning, we need to make sure that it says the right things. And we're no stranger to this process. And we know that by the time we get that kind of input and then have to put it into a final design layout, that's a good another month right there. So this process is basically to say that we need every scrap of time from now until the end of June. And I think it will be the very end of June to get this document done and done well in a way that we can all feel proud about and that you've had input on. To that end, I think Director Schwartz made some good comments at the July board meeting about having a board workshop. And so we want to kind of insert in this process. This certainly doesn't have to be the only board workshop, but it's kind of maybe the first, and we'll see, what the board would like to do from there. But in January, we're thinking that's an opportune time for us to sit down with the board. I think January board meeting is generally a little lighter, and maybe the second day of that board meeting, we could build in a board workshop there. And of course, members of the public can listen in and comment as well. What we think that might entail is a discussion of the sideboards that we mentioned. We kind of threw out a few ideas of what we think those should be, but I think the board really needs to own that, weigh in on that, and kind of decide what are the sideboards for actions. And then these same questions, the same questions that I'm sure are on your mind. I know are on your minds. I hear it in all your reports. But what's changed since 2015? What's the current condition? What does that mean for us in each of those action areas? And then ultimately, what do we think? What does the CWCB board think that they can do about it in terms of actions and policy? And how do we build that into the water plan? So we think that would be a focus. We'd probably have a facilitator help guide that discussion and really break out kind of each of those 4 areas and really do a little bit of a deep dive into those and give you all some time to noodle on that. So at the end of June, I want to talk a little bit about where we go once we have a draft out. So at the very end of June, we would release public draft, and then we would plan to have a 90-day public comment period. I would say that this is, in total, a shorter document than the collective of the BIPs and the technical update, and we're allowing more time for it. I think that's appropriate. One of the things that we're thinking about is just, how making time again to approach people where they're at and where we need to reach them, and making sure that we can get around the state. And then we would do final edits in that kind of October to December window. We have a board board meeting in there in November. Knowing that, though, and depending on the volume of, if we get another 30,000 comments specifically, unless we do a special December board meeting, we may be talking about final board adoption at the January meeting. So I'll just kind of throw that out there as a possibility. And of course, we can tweak this. And again, if there are other workshops we want to build into this process as the board feels are necessary, we're certainly open to doing that. Just on that comment period and kind of again reflecting back, and I really appreciated Director Sakata's comments, and it reminds me of things that I've heard just going around the state. And I think Travis Smith, is one that always brings this up. And I think about Ty Wattenberg and others that, they have a job to do in the field. And I really appreciated that perspective of just, lost money of taking time away. So we want to make sure that we're being responsive to that kind of feedback. We've heard a lot of feedback from ENR community about wanting to see edits, and certainly we can build in. I think we're thinking about how we kind of build out that public comment period process, not to just put something up online, but to actually have a bit of a roadshow. We know that we're going to go around the state to the roundtables. What else should we be doing? How can we reach more people? If we're going to be in one basin or one county, is there another tandem event that we could do? Is there something that has more of a local flavor or would be more meaningful for folks, so that we're actually out there and getting the word out about the water plan and being true to this process of trying to be more inclusive and really making an earnest attempt to get there. So we're considering how we best reach people, what that lays out like, and we'll probably be bringing you back some ideas at the next board meeting. We're also thinking about how we coordinate with the legislature in that process. They certainly had a role in that before in terms of going around to the basins, and we're going to be talking with them to see how they would like to be engaged in this effort. So with that, a bit of a summary here, but staff are working on drafting. I really appreciate all the great work staff have put in, and our great, many thanks to our great contractor, who's also the kind of the lead on the basin implementation plans, but Matt Lindbergh with Brown and Caldwell has been doing a phenomenal job. We're listening to board feedback. We're hopeful to get more of that today, specifically around the workshop, or just other things that any of these discussions have brought to mind. If there are ideas that we want to tee up, like this, the turf discussion or other things, we can start to seed those into that workshop planning meeting in January. We're also, as I noted, partnering with other state agencies, and we're really trying to find actions that, what could we partner on together that we could get some real buy-in. So we put that in the plan. We know that, for example, on the CDPHE side, that from Jill Ryan down to Nicole Rowan and others, that they're in line and they're bought in, and that we're supporting them. I think we heard a lot about making sure that we're not kind of inherently building in unfunded mandates, but that we're doing this as true partners. Also noting that the January workshop timing works well, I think, because the BIPs will be finalized in that period. So mid-October through the end of December, we're taking that public comment period, and that's the first time that I think the board will get to see all the BIPs laid out side by side. We'll put those online in that fashion, especially the volume ones, and I think it will help kind of paint this picture that we're maybe struggling in some cases. Say volume 2, volume 1, what does that look like? I think you'll see how, in the case of the Arkansas, for example, the original BIP is, with all the appendices, something like 500 pages, and getting that down to a 40-page effort responsibly in a way that they feel good about, and all the basins feel good about, has been no small feat. And I'm really excited that we've gotten a lot of good feedback across the state on the volume ones. But I think that will provide really fertile ground for the board to say, what does this look like? What does this highlight for me? Are there gaps and opportunities that we're seeing? And take that into account when we have that workshop. I know this question has come up. I believe Director Hawkins asked this at the last meeting. I just want to throw out that we will be incorporating feedback from the Water Equity Task Force meeting that's coming up on September 30th, which you're all welcome to attend. That's a public-facing workshop. It's the third task force meeting, but the one that we plan to really engage a broader membership of the public. And we think we're going to get a good turnout. We've had some friends that are kind of pushing that out. And I think that will be good. As just to note this, the task force itself isn't making recommendations per se. They're just helping set guidance for what we should be thinking about when we update the water plan. I think there was just a very honest acknowledgement that we don't know what we don't know in this space, and that if we're talking about being more inclusive, equitable, and diverse, what does that look like? Not from what I think it looks like, but from what people are telling us, and taking that in and taking that to heart. So it's kind of a conference and workshop combined, and I'm very excited. I think we have a great lineup of speakers as well. So long story short, we're sticking to the plan that we have. We got a plan, we're sticking to it. And we're definitely going to have a thoughtful public comment process. And if we hear specific edits and we all think it makes sense and the board agrees, of course, we'll take those. There's probably going to be some edits that we will decline to take for different reasons, and we'll talk through those and coordinate with the board on that. But obviously, our intent is to be as transparent as possible with this. And with that, we're happy to take any questions or comments the board has.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Are there questions from the board?
I just wanted to thank the staff on this. They put a ton of hard work into really thinking about the process for this, recognizing that it's not a redo of the previous plan, but really building on it. I also, Russ's comment on we don't know what we don't know as it relates to the equity, diversity, and inclusion. I think that's really important to remember as we're talking about that it is one of the goals, but a lot of that has to be focused on hearing what the suggestions are and being open to them. And so I'm looking forward to that workshop on September 30th. And then eventually I can't remember the exact dates. I know you probably just set them, but of when those recommendations of the board to kind of look and how do we make those into goals and actions. I'm really looking forward to that, the feedback from that group. So thank you for that. And I know that wasn't a question, but more so a comment. There's been a ton of work on this, and I know that Russ has reached out to some of the individual board members to explain any details if needed. But thank you guys again.
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you. And again, thanks for your time and our recent conversation and laying this out. And I think that you're incorporating, I think, some of our most pressing issues and really steering the update in an excellent direction. And I love the fact that we're looking at water quality alongside quantity issues and partnering and integrating our ability to how to integrate those two areas. And with regard to the BIP updates, and doing the side by side in January. So I think, how can you consolidate, 600 pages down into something that's digestible for us? And that was one question. And two, how can we identify maybe inherent conflicts between the different systems? And because, and what is our role? Are we just putting those BIPs out for information? We talked about this a little bit. Or are we endorsing that? Do we adopt them? I mean, what is our goal? Because, everybody has self-interest in their basins. And how do we identify maybe those conflicts and concerns, and how do we do it? Is my question. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah, I think great comments. And so maybe just to tackle a few of those things separately. So the board doesn't approve or adopt the BIPs, at least as their own documents. However, the board will take those into, the pieces of the BIPs that ultimately filter into the water plan. So in the current water plan, there are sections that largely outline the basin challenges and goals, and that's absolutely been the focus, especially in volume 1, and probably the key thing outside of projects to update. Of course, there's a ton of work. The devil's in the details, right? A ton of work to just look at the data and analyze to get to that point of what do we want to do. But so that's one piece. So I guess the ability for the board to kind of modify or comment or think about those are probably how we fold them into the water plan itself. Again, focused, I think, on those challenges and direction they want to go. I think there is, obviously there's inherent tension. I think Director Feld articulated some of it around TMDs. We hear that a lot, of just knowing that is always the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and that there are strong feelings about that, knowing that we have limitations on how we could model things this time. And just, I think more and more in my mind is not always to try to think about how we solve that problem in the water plan, but how we tee up the conversation and the next steps for that. It would be, I think, foolhardy for any of those big topics for us to say, we're going to get it right, we're going to find the solution, we're going to put it in. There's not enough time to do it. And the truth is there's never enough time. But I've had some very amazing conversations with some of the folks on the West Slope. I'm thinking Ken Brenner and the YAMP, or Paul Bruchet or Jason Turner, of just, we are struggling. I think some of the same sentiment that Director Sakata had noted, I've heard when it comes to, I have a friend that's no longer a rafting guide. And I think one thing that maybe is more clear, and maybe the biggest thing that we can do on these issues, is just to highlight them and have the honest conversation. I remember Paul Bruchet telling me that he got a text from a friend who said, have TMDs impacted you this year? And he's like, well, every year, it's just this understanding that we're all in it together. And I think Director Feld hit on that this morning too, that it affects all of us. And we just need to own that and help people realize. And I think I'm excited about some of the direction we're taking, focusing on education and PEPO in the plan as well. The last thing I think you asked in there, and you let me know if I missed anything, but you said, how do we take those 600 pages and kind of summarize that into something short? I think that one of the great things, and I don't know that we contemplated this, but Matt Lindbergh and his team at Brown Caldwell kind of had the foresight to say one of those chapters in the BIPs is kind of a BIP on a page, which I think is really smart and really helpful. But if you had to read one thing, you can kind of go to this one page and get the highlights. And then again, choose your own adventure if you want to dive in deeper. It may not highlight in the plan on a page like all of the subtext if there's something that's more of a deeper conflict, but I think we know what those kind of overarching challenges are. Whether it's West Slope to East Slope, or if it's any other kind of diversion, or just the struggle that ag faces, or groundwater issues, or changing hydrologies. I mean, those are all the big things that we're all worried about. So I think we can have an honest dialogue in this space, and I appreciate that comment. But I would encourage the board to feel fairly unconstrained in that conversation, especially at the January workshop, and just some of these things we're going to get to, there are two sides and two ways of thinking about this. And maybe the best thing we can do is just own the differences about those. And again, tee up, okay, where do we go from here?
Thank you. The other is, I think the plan has been such a great tool for people to sort of identify what are the priorities in the plan in terms of our grant programs. And so understanding those different priorities. So looking at this next time, aligning our grant programs with the actions and really helping us identify the most effective use, impactful use of our dollars to accomplish our actions. So that is something that the rest of the board, because we could fund a lot of things, but it sounds like we're going to really identify actionable priorities. And if I'm stating that correctly, but my goal is to align our resources to accomplish. Anyone else have any thoughts?
I think I was having similar thoughts. In my local jurisdiction, we're doing a lot of planning, but a lot of it is turning out to be either more like descriptive or kind of just aspirational, but the priorities are lacking. People can advocate for anything and say, well, it's in the comp plan that we were going to do this. And, it's like, yeah, okay. But, where does, better tire recycling stack up with affordable housing? You can't tell from our comp plan. It's really irritating. And it is, kind of sucks the wind out of me too, because everything's on equal footing. I think you guys have done an amazing job, in my experience at the roundtable, with I guess clarifying and cautioning that you have these different sort of tiers, but just because something's in a certain tier doesn't mean it's first in line. It's more really about where it is in the development towards implementation. It's not a prioritization per se. But I do think that whether it's in the plan or it's somewhere else that we reference, it is really helpful. Everything's important. We know that. And there's, everything's burning all over the, but we still, at the end of the day, we got a certain amount of resources. We want to spend them as judiciously as we can and as sort of coherently as we can. And so I'm curious about that too. Sort of how will we take what's here and prioritize it? And this may just be a comment, or maybe it's something to respond to.
Sure. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment. I think it's a discussion we've had with the basics, right? You've done all this great work to identify your projects. It seems, and your priorities. So it seems like there might be a line of sight of what you fund. And if you've got a project that's sitting out there that you want to get done, maybe that's could be used as a bit of call to action to get that project done instead of just funding the next thing that comes through the door. That said, the next thing that comes through the door could be the best project out there. And I'm really sensitive to some of the comments that we heard in the Gunnison Basin. And I know Kathleen Curry, I remember her early on in kind of January 2020, we had a meeting and she said, I just have people in my basin that worried because of the emphasis on multi-purpose, multi-benefit, that they couldn't get a headgate funded. So sometimes we need to, I think, make sure that we don't, we're balancing things out. But certainly we know when it comes to drought or life, health, safety issues, that those are obvious priorities, I think, that rise to the top. How we fund it and what the amount of money we have, and if we're in a money flush situation versus a money constrained situation, is probably conversations the board has to think of, potentially even post water plan. But I think it's great to be thinking about.
And just follow up, I'm not just saying about projects, or specific applications, but sort of how resources of this agency, human resources, energy focus, sometimes where those go. I don't have any issue with where it's been, but just looking ahead, as you look at the different challenges that we face that aren't all just about building something, but they have more to do. Well, drought management or demand management is a huge example, but putting a lot of our energy into different pathways towards solving problems, and just again how we prioritize those, I guess, as a board, but how that maybe is referenced in a document like this that helps the public understand how we make those decisions or what's really keeping us awake.
100%. And I think that this kind of aligns with what Director Schwartz was saying is, obviously when we in the current water plan grant funding, you can align with the water plan and different, doesn't necessarily have to be in action. And there will be a lot of, I think, statements in the water plan that are made too. But I think there are opportunities, and I think about that a lot too, Director Felt, of just, again, thinking about the conversation that we need to tee up as being an action in some cases is just as important as the discrete action that's to do a thing, because we need to build in that time. Everything that we do is about stakeholder engagement. We know that those are, like demand management, span multiple years. So I don't feel any pride of saying, if there's more than 100 actions in the water plan. I actually think that what we want to do is come down with a more manageable list, recognizing that if we have 50 actions and we're going to knock those out in 8 years, that's a sizable number per year, and they're probably not neatly wrapped up from year to year. So we just really need to be judicious, and I appreciate that from the human resource standpoint as well, to think about what we can commit to and do well. Because I would rather do the 50 things really well than 100 things really poorly.
Director Schwartz, to your question, I guess the way I've sort of thought about it is that, the water plan is sort of a big map of potential things that we could do. And some of them may be very local, but very impactful in local areas. Some of them may be bigger, maybe more statewide in nature. But then I guess in my mind, it really then comes back to this board, and it becomes this board's role to figure out of this, range of things that are called out in the water that we could potentially fund, recognizing that we don't have the resources, the human resources, or the dollars to do all of it. Where can we, as a board, where can we, as an agency, have the most impact and do the most good? So I don't know that the water plan in and of itself is going to answer that for us. It will provide us, again, kind of a plate or a menu of things for us to consider, but then I think it really does come back to figure out where we go.
But it's a mechanism for us to communicate our priorities. Sure. So instead of looking at the comp plan, where everything on that plate was presented on equal footing, how do we prioritize our climate, address our climate, our resiliency, our safety? So to me, some of those issues rise to the top. So how do we express that in the plan as opposed to just and provide guidance for this allocation of resources, time, and funds? So it's right, but I think providing a little more funnel some of that stuff down to these are top things we need to think about for the next years.
Other questions or comments? Director Hawkins.
Thanks. Hearing this conversation, I do want to push us a little bit to not necessarily plan this water plan around sort of the current staffing and resources that the agency has. And I think that's coming from one of the longer tenure board members here that has seen a lot of evolution in funding just over the past 5 years. So I also think that we need to be sort of doing this plan with an eye on the potential for stimulus funding and funding coming in to accomplish the most important things. And I know that a big piece of that is going to be making sure that our agencies and other DNR agencies are staffed. And so I'd like to see some emphasis on that, but I also, having watched the evolution of the water plan grant program over the last few years, see that we're in a totally different place now than we were when I started on the board. And so I don't want us to be too narrow in our thinking as well.
I think that's a great comment, Director Hawkins. And I would just add, almost also will steal a line from Kelsey yesterday, but it's the scaffolding too. I think we're recognizing that even if we think about that future state and more money, that we look at all the compounding needs from forestry or that our partners at CDPH have, there's a lot going on. And some of it, I think, is about how we can leverage off each other better and work together. And that certainly resonates with comments that we've gotten back to.
I just wanted to share a couple of other thoughts. The first really relates back to the conversations we've been having over the last 2 days about mental health and well-being. And obviously, this agency's expertise is not mental health. But I guess I would encourage you to consider how we can draw that connection between well-being and mental health and water resources in the update. Not that we're going to solve it, but just acknowledge that this isn't just about water. This is about people. This is about communities and just calling out some of those points that Kelsey made yesterday. And then on diversity and inclusivity, I'll just share with you, from Denver Water's perspective, our experience in the LEAD program has really changed how we think about community outreach and engagement. And obviously, you're going to reach out to the usual resources. The roundtables are an incredible, resource to get a sense of what's going on in different areas of state economies. But I worry that there are a lot of people impacted by this plan who we don't reach. And I think it takes a different approach. It takes different strategies, particularly to engage with EJ communities across the state and make sure that we're hearing their voices too. CDPHE has some great resources. The Denver Department of Public Health and Environment also has some great resources. But I hope that we can really be proactive and in reaching those underserved communities who are often out of the conversation.
Absolutely.
We give it help.
Absolutely. Yeah, we may take you up on that follow-up.
So such a great insight about how do we go beyond our usual conversation? How do we expand it to then all the water consumers in the state? How are they incorporated? But I think my last comment would be adopting the vision. It's aspiration. And don't we always do that with strategic plans? We have a vision and we can lay that out. So it does talk about people and communities and our future. So maybe trying to, as a board, come up with that aspirational piece, that vision, we kind of lay it out in the plan. So it isn't constrained. I love that comment. That it's not constrained by what we have in front of us today, what we can do, and we can go pursue those opportunities. I think that was a great point, not to limit us.
Yes. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you both very much, and we look forward to hearing more and hopefully speaking deeper in January.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we're gonna keep rolling on to item 21, water supply reserve fund application. Ben, welcome.
Yeah.
And I believe, I don't know if you're planning on taking up 21A and together or separately, but we do have a refusal on the 21.
Okay. We can take them separately.
Okay.
And thank you. I was gonna ask what would be preferred. For the record, Ben Wade, Water Supply Planning Section staff, presenting item agenda 21A and B. And 21A is an application that was approved through the Metro and South Platte Basin roundtables. The applicant is East Cherry Creek Valley Water and Sanitation District for a project titled Aquifer Storage Recovery Modeling Assessment. And they, if approved, they would use these funds to conduct a aquifer storage recovery assessment to sustain groundwater levels in the Arapahoe Aquifer. And under this strategy in wet years, renewable surface waters from the South Platte would be diverted, conveyed through their northern pipeline, treated and injected into the aquifer, and then in dry years, the water would be recovered during dry years. The goal of establishing a balance between what's being recharged and then what's being pumped back, and stabilizing just long-term groundwater conditions, their water supply. And joining me today, before we get to that, let me just quickly say they've met the match requirements. They're requesting $25,000 from the Metro, $25,000 from the South Platte Basin, and $75,000 from the statewide account. And now we'll get to Chris Douglas, who is a project manager for the East Cherry Creek Valley Water and Sanitation District, is on Zoom with us today, and he is with us to answer any questions the board may have on this particular application.
Welcome, Chris. Thank you for joining us. Did you want to provide a comment, or are you simply here to ask the discussion?
Probably more of a brief comment, because really what East Cherry Creek has been working with, there's a working group that's been working on ASR for several years in the South Metro area. And so this modeling study is definitely something beneficial for East Cherry Creek, but I also think this model has the capability to expand to that greater South Metro area group. So, as we've looked at it, is how can, right, there's benefit for the district, but I think there's also more of a regional benefit for this modeling effort. And really the the big push is instead of looking at ASR from a water rights perspective, which has been done a lot in the past, we're looking at it as to how can we maintain that water level to where we can take advantage of the water supply system that the district currently has, and then also be able to expand that to, I think, other members in the greater community. So that's really the big overview perspective from the district, certainly open to any other questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ben or for the applicant? Director Hawkins, did you have a comment, or that must have been on the last item?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had a comment, but I think that was on the last item.
Not on this one, thank you.
All right, seeing no comments or questions, I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Yeah, staff recommends full approval, 25,000 from Metro, 25,000 from the Southwide, and 75,000 from statewide account.
Director Sakata, would you like to move approval on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And we need a second. Okay. Staff recommendation on item 21A has been moved by Director Sakata, seconded by Director Phil. Is there any further deliberation by the board before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is anyone opposed or abstaining? And I'll note for the record, there are no abstentions or objections in the chat, so that item is approved unanimously. Director Hawkins, did you want to make a refusal before we get to 21B?
Yes, thank you. My employer, the Nature Conservancy, is the applicant on agenda item 21B. I'm going to recuse myself. I'm just going to turn off my camera and my mic. If someone could please text me when I can come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Hawkins. All right, Ben, please proceed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. 21B, again, the applicant is the Nature Conservancy for Project Maybell Diversion and Headgate Project Telemetry, and they would use fundings to help purchase telemetry equipment. This is an important component of updating and modernizing the Maybell irrigation diversion in the lower Yampa. This new equipment will allow for easier operation, more precise control of irrigation water after several decades of disrepair. This will help it also increase agricultural efficiency, benefit designated critical habitat for endangered fish, and improve safety for recreational boaters. So it's a multi-purpose project, which we love. The Maybell Irrigation District diverts approximately 20,000 acre feet annually, and this goes to 18 producers to irrigate about 1,200 acres of hay pasture. And this is actually, if approved, this would be another addition for this project. The board previously approved a grant in May of 2019 for an earlier phase of this project. So good work is being done with this. And on the line, on Zoom with us, is Jennifer Wellman. She is the Freshwater Technical Project Manager for the Nature Conservancy, and she'll be available to answer any questions. And I always skip this part, but all the matches met. Yeah, so we are available if the board has any questions on this particular project.
Thank you. And Jennifer, thank you for joining us. Is there anything you want to add?
No, but thank you for entertaining this potential project. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ben or for the applicant on this item? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion. Director Brown? Oh, sorry, staff recommendation.
Yeah, the staff recommends full approval of 34,000 from the Yampa White Green Basin account and 66,000 from the statewide account for the Maybell Diversion and Headgate Project Telemetry.
Okay, we're ready for a motion. Director Brown.
Yes, I'd like to move staff approval on agenda item 21B, please.
Motion, we need a second. Director Anderson. Staff recommendation on item 21B has been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Director Anderson. Is there any further deliberation? Seeing none, let's proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? And there's no objections or abstentions in the chat, and therefore staff recommendation is approved. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're moving on to agenda item 22, wildfire ready watershed. Chris, welcome.
Good morning. For the record, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff. All right, we're talking about wildfire ready watersheds today. This is a study that the CWCB is responsible for through Senate Bill 21240. In the bill, goodness, I'm gonna pull up my slideshow too so I can read everything. The language in the bill states the board shall expend up to $500,000 by December 31st, 2022 for a statewide watershed analysis to investigate susceptibility of life safety infrastructure and water supply to wildfire impacts. This is not a lot of time. We have gotten busy very quickly to make this happen. Got my team together and we had a visioning session and a scoping session in July. And we came up with next. Do I advance the slides here or is someone doing that for me? All right. We came up with a vision statement of wildfire ready watersheds, which we thought would be readily identifiable by the public, something that they could take forward. And ultimately, that's our objective here, is that this be something that our local communities can take and implement for themselves. Okay, next slide, please. So the mission from that vision is that the CWCB will assess the susceptibility of Colorado's water resources, communities, and critical infrastructure to post-wildfire impacts and advance a framework for communities to plan and implement mitigation strategies to minimize these impacts before wildfires occur. So the idea here is to have a framework that can be worked on in advance of a fire so that communities are more well prepared in the event that they do experience a fire. Next slide, please. Okay, the goals that we came up with are to define and identify post-wildfire hazards that threaten life safety, property, and infrastructure, to identify the elements of an effective education and communication program that relays these findings, action items, and the tools of the assessment. Encourage the use of the planning and land management actions to protect the health and resilience of watersheds, wetlands, and stream corridors as a strategy to reduce susceptibility to hazards after wildfires, and to advance a watershed landscape scale approach to planning and recovery. In my experience in disaster recovery post-wildfire, I've seen a lot of people go towards one element, one project type. We simply do not think that works. We think we need a mosaic of different project types across the landscape in order to impart true resiliency. That would be implementation before a fire. And we also think we need a mosaic of different project types implemented after a fire to mitigate against post-fire hazards. And we'll get into some definitions about what those look like. So we have a two-part focus. The first is a statewide susceptibility study. This is what the bill has tasked us with doing. When I read the bill, I said, okay, that's pretty good. We could do that. But does the state of Colorado really just need another high-level data set that tells us that our forested watersheds are at risk of fire and that everybody living in there and all water supplies coming out of there are at risk from post-wildfire impacts? We can fine tune data sets to show where those areas are and what the likelihood is. But we took it a step further, saying we want to develop a framework that communities can use so that it can be more actionable. Rather than just show where all this risk is, let's do something about it as well. And that's why we've got what I would say some lofty focus here outside of the bill language. Next slide, please. So the first part, the susceptibility analysis, is going to have 3 steps to it: data collection, which is a phase that we're in right now, the analysis phase, and the mapping and reporting. So data collection, we're really relying on a lot of existing data sets to get this analysis going in such a short time period. We're looking at existing literature in the realm of post-fire wildfire impacts, identifying gaps in the data that we're looking at. There's going to be a certain element of data development. We'll have to create some data, or we'll have to use existing data and put it together in different ways. And of course, have some stakeholder coordination and outreach. The analysis will be identifying values at risk. We'll get into examples of that. Identifying the hazards, and then taking those together to look at what those risks are, to do the actual analysis. And then the mapping and reporting will characterize risk at watershed scales across the state. There'll be a mapping product and data, and then we'll have a narrative that describes our findings. Next slide, please. So the identification of values at risk. There's a lot of values at risk in a post-wildfire world. And so we've come up with a list here. And the big ones for us are human life and safety and water supplies, agriculture and food production, critical habitats, properties, nature-based infrastructure. These could be existing restoration projects that CWCB or others have invested in. And then down the list, we've got critical facilities, transportation infrastructure, and on. So there's a lot of different things that we can look at in the realm of our values at risk. Next slide, please. So post-fire hazards. I think a lot of us are familiar with this. We've been watching the news this year. We've seen them in action. But floods after fire are a huge concern. There's fluvial hazards. That's the movement of sediment, the erosion and deposition of sediment, the behavior of sediment in our watersheds. Debris flows, like we've seen in Glenwood Canyon this year. Hill slope erosion, landslides, and then the water quality element, of course, contamination of our water quality. Okay, next slide. So as we look at the analysis, we'll intersect these hazards with the values or assets at risk and look at what could be impacted. And of course, the loss of life is a huge impact and something that's very difficult and probably shouldn't have a value put on it. Protecting lives is paramount to this effort. Flooding and flood damage is important, debris and fluvial impacts, water quality, quantity impacts, natural resource loss, transportation and utility interruptions. We've seen that firsthand this year, dam failures, and then finally economic loss. So in the susceptibility analysis, we're going to rely heavily on maps and reporting to be able to communicate this to the General Assembly and the public. We promised to have a pensive-looking bearded dude at every meeting who's wearing his pajama. But the outreach part of it is very important. Next slide, please. Stakeholder coordination and outreach. We spent a lot of time thinking about this with a deadline of December of 2022. Doesn't give us a lot of time for a formal process. So we're very strategic in how we're approaching this, and that our collaboration is with key stakeholders to obtain data, research, and methodologies and other related information. So, for example, we've already had meetings with the Colorado Forest Restoration Institute out of CSU to see what types of data they have. They're very active in the post-wildfire world. We've had meetings with Colorado State Forest Service, and I have to thank Angela Boag with DNR for making connections for us there. We have data sharing agreements with the State Forest Service already in place. So we're looking at their data from the Forest Atlas and how we can use that and tailor it to our needs. Stakeholder outreach, this is part of it right here. Letting folks know what we're doing through presentations. Now we're doing a presentation of our basic scope. We're going to be doing this at the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds Conference in October and looking for other opportunities to present our process, our findings, and our recommendations as we develop the tools. Okay, let's jump into the framework. This is the part that I'm most excited about for this effort. The framework is going to be for local communities and stakeholders so that they can implement and further refine their susceptibility evaluations and determine both pre and post wildfire mitigation strategies to reduce risk to life, property, and infrastructure. I think that the CWCB watershed program and the watershed flood protection section has been preparing for this for a decade and a half. What we'd like to do is to bring forward some of the best tools that we use and that we've developed into this framework. We've been helping communities with post-fire recovery for many years now. We have a lot of lessons learned. We've learned through examples from other wildfire planning efforts around the state. And we want to bring those together into this framework. So some examples of tools that we'll be using are the H&H modeling, hydrology and hydraulic modeling, our fluvial hazard zone program, the lessons learned from our watershed program, from stream restoration, our philosophies of stream restoration, and from stakeholder development. So we'll have a lot of heavy science and engineering, but some social science in this as well that we've learned from. Okay, moving on to the next slide, discussing the major elements of the framework. This is where there'll be a development of comprehensive guide for funding partners, resources, and agency planning and recovery teams that outlines a process to work with those partners to establish what the values at risk are and the appropriate mitigation actions, both before and after fires. Something that we've heard in the post-wildfire world, if we see folks getting overwhelmed with the data that's available, with the number of agencies that come to the meetings, with what they can offer, the timing of their modeling, what type of modeling they can do, and how do we turn all this data and modeling into decision-making quicker? You do not want to be doing this after a wildfire. Figuring all of this out after a wildfire is incredibly difficult, even with the support of the CWCB's team in this realm, who's got experience. People are struggling to figure out who the players are, when they need to be brought in, and how best utilized. So the framework's going to take that head on. Next slide, please. So a big part of that is GIS preparedness. What type of data is available before wildfires? Where is it located? And how can it be used? And in this example here, in the map that you see here, this is the East Troublesome Fire that burned was burning this time last year. And what we're looking at here is our hydraulic and hydrological model that we developed for the stakeholders. And then the stakeholders gave us some of their GIS data. We got a hold of structure layer from Grand County. We got a hold of the water infrastructure layer from the Northern District. We did our modeling, and then we identified some hotspots, and you can see those on this map. They're kind of clouded areas there that we thought were the highest priority values at risk. What this did for the community is it helped them identify the best use of the first money that came in through the NRCS's Emergency Watershed Protection Program. We followed up with the NRCS afterward. We said, was that helpful? Did it help you do your damage survey reports to identify what could be funded and what couldn't be funded? They absolutely agreed that it was incredibly helpful, and they had wished that the other fires had asked us to perform this as well. We did this analysis for some of the other fires, but the stakeholders also chose different paths on how they were going to identify their values at risk. So while the timeline to produce this framework is a little short, we're building on what we've already been doing and incorporating some of the lessons learned from the field into it. Next slide, please. So another major element of the framework will be the types of tools and methodologies to recommend hazard evaluations and their use in determining that post-fire susceptibility. We talked about these. Hydrology and hydraulics are really important tools. The behavior of sediment in the system and hill slope erosion, being able to model that and identify areas of most concern. Fluvial hazards, we have fluvial hazard zone protocol for the state now, which is a nationally recognized program now. I'm very pleased with how that's playing out in our planning. And then modeling mud and debris flows and water quality impacts. A lot of this work can be done in advance of a wildfire. And it's not just going to benefit the post-wildfire strategies or implementation. It also has great benefits for environmental protections and water supply protection. Okay, next slide. Getting through this. So the framework will further provide guidance on how to use these evaluations and to identify the values at risk and to categorize impacts. Again, this is getting at how do we take data and models and turn it into decision making. And I just gave you one example with our H&H modeling, how that was turned into, very quickly turned into decision making. It's never going to be perfect. It's going to be done a lot better if it's done in advance of the fire. Okay. And of course, we'll have mapping and data sharing out of the framework, examples and guidance for the development of work products, and support for pre-fire decision-making, fire response, and post-fire protection and recovery. So once we put all this data and modeling together, we'll be making recommendations on how to best use it before wildfire and how to use it after a fire. And there's lots of different things that can be done there. Some examples of pre-fire actions will, of course, be building your stakeholder groups, knowing where the data is, who houses the data, where to access it, what permitting requirements might be needed after a fire. An anecdotal example of that is what's going on in the Cameron Peak fire right now. We're dropping a lot of mulch out of helicopters. I've had a few pictures in here. I think I've got one more. And that's an effective post-fire approach to mitigate erosion, hill slope erosion. It's not everything. And we saw that in the Cameron Peak fire where we had a really catastrophic debris flow and loss of life associated with it. Now, in challenging the stakeholders to think about other actions, they said, well, most of the fire was on U.S. Forest Service property, and we don't know how to get through the permitting process on that, and we need to move quickly. So we're going to get as much mulch on the ground as possible. That's not the best answer for us. We could do better than that. When we're getting hamstrung because of a permitting requirement, and we could be implementing debris catchments to protect lives and property, protect water supplies. That's something that we need to address in our watersheds in advance of a fire. So that's just one example. Okay. Major elements of the framework, finishing this up, pre and post fire actions. I'm real big on the ground projects. I like to see implementation. What actions can communities take to address their susceptibility? And that's going to be a huge element of this framework. What can you implement in advance of a fire What should you be implementing after the fire? Here, this is an example from the Calwood fire in Boulder County, where they're doing a lot of heavy mulching. This has been effective after the fire to mitigate hill slope erosion. Like we said, they also implemented projects to mitigate in-channel erosion, which can be a major contributor of sediment after a fire. But there could be actions taken before the fire. A lot of this involves stream restoration projects, connectivity with our floodplains to attenuate that debris as it comes down before it gets into our reservoirs and before it impacts communities. Next slide. Okay, I have pilot study in here. We're a little ambitious. We're hoping to be able to test our framework. We are already testing it. The photo in the background here is from the Fish Creek Wildfire Watershed Protection Plan outside of Steamboat Springs. Would like to give a nod to that because our pilot study is going to be looking at existing examples around the state that we think are well informed and that are moving forward well. We'll be also looking at some examples from Chaffee and Lake County that we think is very impressive, and a few other areas around the state to inform our framework. But we want to test it, so we'd like to work with one or two communities around the state to implement the pilot study for them. This is going to be time dependent. I think it's going to happen for sure. I'm not sure it's going to happen before the General Assembly's deadline of December 2022, but they didn't outline this in the bill, so it's not a deliverable we have to worry about for that timeline. So speaking of which, next slide, we'll jump into the schedule. Originally, this was like 3 or 4 different slides that was spread out very nicely. I didn't like that because it gave the impression that we had plenty of time to get this done. We don't. It's all on top of each other. The visioning and scoping has taken place. We're in the data collection phase right now. We're moving into the data gap analysis and development phase. Concurrently, we'll be working on the framework. Hopefully by the end of this year and early next year, we'll be looking at a preliminary susceptibility analysis, statewide analysis, and identifying pilot demonstration watersheds. Next slide. This kind of just scrolls into through the schedule. Time allowing, we'll be working on the demonstration project next year, completing final drafts, summer into fall of next year, and doing presentations for different stakeholder and interest groups, including this board. We'll be aiming for either September or November of next year, depending on how we're doing, getting feedback and comments, and then providing a final report by December of 2022. And with that, we can move to the next slide. I want to thank you guys for your time today. I really appreciate it. I'm very excited to be a part of this. I'm excited about my team. Something I didn't outline during the schedule was that we already had this team hired, and we were incredibly fortunate in that regard, or we would already be 6 to 8 months behind on this deadline. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you for that great update. Director Gibb, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you all hear me all right, first of all? Okay, great. Chris, thank you so much for your presentation. That was just tremendous. I was, you probably couldn't tell, but I was internally doing backflips in really, in appreciation, really, and excitement. I also want to thank Becky Mitchell for her leadership too on really setting the framework and support that CWCB should have a skin in the game, you know, on these issues. You know, we are one lightning strike, one unattended campfire, one more drought season away from Colorado's next mega fire. And we are learning as we go in many ways, but we know what wildfires mean to communities, you know, after fires. You know, the impacts on these watersheds are just tremendous. And many of the water providers have been being been very proactive over the years. I want to applaud, Denver Water for their Forest to Faucets program and other water providers that are really taking this seriously to help fund projects. But this is really important work that really complements, the bill that I mentioned yesterday, the Senate Bill 258, that directs a lot of planning in terms of what we're doing internally within the DNR to really look at risk analysis statewide, looking through a lens of, number one, protecting human life, number two, property, number three, critical infrastructure, and critical infrastructure, of course, is water. But my question, Chris, to you is, the State Forest Service has done a great job with their forest action plan that really spells out some of the most critical locations around the state in terms of their eyes. If we were able to have, for example, the number that they've used was $700 million of work in critical locations. Do you anticipate that through this work, we'll have a good understanding of what the dollar amount in terms of protecting watersheds will be in Colorado with this mapping exercise?
I think that's a good question, Director Gibbs, and I appreciate that. I think we will have all the data that we need to make that determination on what the cost for post-wildfire impacts will be. We're not trying to recreate what the State Forest Service has done as far as forest treatment costs. And in fact, we're in close communication with them on their data so that we can dovetail what we're looking at into that. So while we have not been tasked with identifying that, I think we will be well prepared to make that determination as we develop these data sets. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and it's something I'll bring back to my team.
Yeah, and just to follow up, Chris, to me, it really seems like what we're doing is, creating community wildfire protection plan squares, for the state of Colorado, where you look really through that watershed lens. And some communities have done this work, as you know. There are many communities that have not. It is not a requirement in Colorado to have a CWPP square, but again, these communities that live in fire-prone areas, as you know, many of the communities wish they'd done this pre-planning, before, many of the fires occurred in their backyard. So, yeah, just tremendous work. I really appreciate, you and your team working on this.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gibbs. And having another moment to think about this quickly, I'm thinking that the first phase in identifying costs, and something we could do pretty readily, is through the statewide analysis, identify where these frameworks need to be implemented, and then develop a cost of implementing the framework. And then from there, we'll be able to develop costs for the actual project implementation associated with those frameworks. So there'll kind of be two different levels of cost here.
Yeah, thank you. And just a quick dialogue, and this will help us, obviously, depending on what federal, infrastructure funds that we may see, with this bill, we could be very well prepared in Colorado to be shovel ready.
Sounds good. And I'll just add, to the extent that we have data from other forest health projects that would help inform the cost projections. Director Hawkins.
Thanks, Chris. As you know, there's a lot of forest health work going on in my basin, so I have two questions for you. One is, are there any plans to coordinate with tribal forestry departments, federal land managers, BIA, BLM Forest Service, and county governments? I didn't get a good sense of that from the presentation.
Director Hawkins, thank you for your question. To the extent that we need to get data from those entities, absolutely. We're hoping that by casting a wide net with our presentation of the scope and the findings, that we'll be able to capture some of the folks that you mentioned. So we will be looking to you guys, for example, and other leaders around the state to help clue us in on opportunities to give our presentation so we can make people aware of it. As far as a formal process for that type of collaboration, we've not identified something for that. I don't think that we have the time for it.
Are there other questions?
Could I ask a follow-up, or should I wait?
Go ahead, Director Hawkins.
Sorry, I had one other question. An issue that's come up in my basin in particular has been value identification around cultural resources or treaty rights. And so is that on our list of values? And I'm, thinking in particular about how the Weber fire impacted the sort of Mancos River and resources there, but there's certainly other places.
Yes, Director Hawkins, on our susceptibility slide, we do have cultural resources identified as one of our values at risk. This is going to be rather difficult at a statewide scale to capture the entirety of it, but certainly something that we're going to make stronger recommendations about in the framework as far as local identification of cultural resources.
Director Phil, you were next.
Yeah, so Chris, that was a great explanation of this new program. And as you were talking about it, I was thinking about what Director Gibbs brought up yesterday with 258, I think it is. This other bill or other law on it. And then he just mentioned that the two complement each other. And so I don't know if this is a question for you or maybe for Dan himself, but can someone say a little more about how that works or what 258 sort of brings that works in conjunction with 240?
Yeah, thank you, Director Feld. I'm going to have to reach out for a lifeline on that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not having the language for 258 in front of me.
Sure.
Go ahead, Director Gibbs.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to help with that. First of all, both what Chris is kind of leaning on for some folks to gather information, we are also working with a lot of the same entities. So some of the data points are going to be very similar. So Chris mentioned the Colorado State Forest Service Restoration Institute, headed up by Tony Chang. They've been a really key entity in terms of helping Colorado map, priority areas. And in fact, they, just thinking of one of the previous questions, I think that Celine asked on coordinating with tribes and local governments. Well, believe it or not, the state of Colorado has never had a map that spells out what work has been done on tribal lands, what work has been done on county open space lands, what work has been done on state forest service lands, what projects have been done on Bureau of Land Management or the U.S. Forest Service, and really looking through a analysis on where those gaps are and the different property ownerships and so forth. So the State Forest Service through the Restoration Institute is really doing this deep dive right now and doing a real good understanding of what's been done on the landscape and then figuring out where the gaps still exist are. So Chris is gathering information from them. We are as well with this Senate Bill 58 exercise. With Senate Bill 58, just so you know, the governor sent a letter to Secretary Haaland, the head of the Department of Interior, and Secretary Vilsack, head of USDA, requesting a Type 1 National Incident Management team to come to Colorado to do, this analysis, on the front end instead of bringing in these Type 1 teams after the fire. So we in Colorado are trying to be as proactive as possible. So we're working with this team right now, and instead of calling it a Type 1 National Incident Management team, we're calling it the Rapid Fuels Reduction Assessment Team. But there'll be a lot of sharing information along the way.
Thank you.
And thank you. What a great presentation. And so I do have a couple of questions. Maybe Director Gibbs, you can weigh in on these issues as we're doing this outreach. And Director Felt, in terms of your coming from the perspective of a community. to what extent are we providing education around, I know the state doesn't have this prerogative around land planning, building codes, private property, protection. Is that being brought into the conversation besides just looking at identifying these landscapes, because that can make so much difference. Metal roofs, defensive space, land planning. The WUI is, as we know, is just has more and more habitation. So I think this is such great work, and hats off. But the question is the engagement and the responsibility of local communities in helping this pre-fire.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. I think that's an excellent question, and that's certainly part of the intent of the framework. Just real quickly, the way I see this, the way I hope this plays out, is that our statewide susceptibility analysis, the statewide map, is more of a tool for folks like us to use, for folks like me to use, to identify where those priorities are. What that then does is it helps us be more proactive in approaching communities, not waiting for them to come to us to say, we need help doing the planning. It gets us out on the ground to say, you guys need to do this planning. And oh, by the way, we have grant programs that can help support this planning. And then built into the planning, and I'll provide one example, my favorite example. Part of that framework is going to be our fluvial hazard zone mapping tool. Well, that's a tool for local planners to look at hazards within the river corridor, where rivers are, where they've been, where they could occupy. We provide a model ordinance with that tool. Now, that's a great tool to deal with all sorts of flooding, not just post-fire flooding. But when used strategically in this example, it can turn that hazard zone into what I call the fluvial opportunity zone. Because if we protect those areas above critical water supplies, above reservoirs, above communities, then we're providing an outlet for post-fire debris, for post-fire flooding. We're providing room in the floodplain to absorb those impacts. Sometimes those areas aren't functioning well. It may be an incised channel that's not well connected with its floodplain. So in that case, we would have the local community prioritize it not only for protection, not development, but also for restoration and then subsequent protection. So there's a lot of thinking along those lines. I don't think we're going to capture all of it. We're going to be making our best approach at it. I don't see this framework as a one and done thing. I see this as something we provide to local communities that then should have a lot of notes in the margin, so to speak.
Director Gibbs, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just have a follow up. And Gail, this Senate Bill 240 and Senate Bill 258 are silent on local building codes, but we all know how much that can come into play in terms of, especially for new developments. If you're looking through a lens of home hardening and Class A roofing and making sure there's proper ingress, egress for that neighborhood, and if there's water cisterns or fire hydrants close by, those are all really important things to have when before fires, obviously. So those were silent, but the governor a month and a half ago sent a letter to the Colorado Fire Commission. The Colorado Fire Commission was created after you and I served in the legislature, but it's kind of it's very similar to what we used to have in terms of the Forest Health Advisory Council the governor had, but it's housed within Department of Public Safety. I'm a voting member of it, but you have county commissioners that are involved. You have special districts. You have U.S. Forest Service. You have a broad range of stakeholders. And the governor sent a letter requesting that the Fire Commission come up with possible recommendations that would be turned into a bill this upcoming legislative session. So we're in the process right now of kind of visiting what other states have done and making some recommendations on potential, wildland urban interface codes for Colorado.
That's so insightful and so helpful. And I guess I'd like to hear Director Phelps' question, but Chris, you also answered my second question, because in these rains that we have had, there were 14 slides on the Crystal. So we know where these debris flows are through residential, et cetera, into the Crystal River. And so you're capturing that. And then also it is these avalanche zones and paths, and how does that make those areas more susceptible as we have these really dramatic avalanche events? So those are questions. To what extent are we tracking? And you were saying that we're trying to have these catchment basins for the debris flows, et cetera. And how well do you think we can identify those pieces and make it a tool for local communities?
Director Schwartz, I think that the framework is going to be the best path towards identifying those local areas. We're tapping into statewide data in that realm. We're talking to the Colorado Geological Survey. They have debris flow paths mapped for certain counties in the state. It's not a complete coverage. So we're looking at those methodologies. We're going to make recommendations about improving and expanding those data sets for statewide coverage. But statewide coverage only gets you so far. The real strength of this effort will be in the framework and the local community's willingness to implement that framework, because we won't be able to pick up all the nuances. For example, all the debris flow paths on the Crystal. That wouldn't come out of the statewide analysis, but it certainly would come out of a framework plan, a watershed plan for the Crystal River watershed.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you again. This is really important work. I'm excited that you and the team are taking it on, and look forward to seeing what comes out of it.
Thank you. And thanks to Kat and Russ for buying us a little time before this one.
All right. Okay, moving on to agenda item 23, floodplain rules and regulations. Kevin, welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Kevin Hauk, CWCB staff, here to present agenda item 23, which is a floodplain rules and regulations rulemaking update. This will be a fairly short item. If you all had a chance to read through your board memo for this, I don't really have a lot to add to that. I might just highlight a few things that were put in there, but for the most part, I'd just like to devote this item to answering any questions you may have about the content and scope of the rulemaking, which is proposed to occur at our November CWCB board meeting. And then we can talk about process as well. And I may have to defer to Councilor Mealy if any questions come in on that. I'd like to just start out again by thanking a couple people that have been really instrumental throughout this process. One of them is here today, one of them is not. First, in the audience here is one of my staff members, Terry Fade, who has been with us for a little bit less than a year now. She is a brilliant mind in the world of floodplain mapping, and she manages our Cooperating Technical Partner Program, which partners with FEMA in the updates of floodplain maps throughout the state. And since she started, we also began what is referred to as our Letter of Map Change Delegation Program. So we now process and analyze letter of map revision and conditional letter of map revision applications throughout the state on behalf of FEMA. So she's very engaged in everything going on around the state in regards to floodplain mapping. And one of the first things she brought to my attention was there's been recent updates to guidelines and specifications that FEMA uses for its floodplain mapping program. And unfortunately, with the documents that are referenced in our 2010 update to the floodplain rules, we don't really capture a lot of these changes. So that's really, I'm going to say, the genesis to this program and the primary purpose for what we're trying to accomplish through the rulemaking is to be able to gather in all of these new specifications, guidelines, and standards to make sure that our floodplain mapping and your floodplain designation program is up to date with current standards. I would also like to thank Allison Robinette, who is with the Attorney General's office. She's not here today. She's, I think, on her honeymoon, right? And I hope she's having a good time. But she has been absolutely wonderful. She's been assigned as our attorney throughout this process. And she's both very smart with the legal procedures, and she's also been just extremely helpful in terms of getting us started on a lot of the processes that we need to do and being able to help walk us through those. So my sincere thanks to both of them as we continue to navigate through this. We talk in the memo about what we are trying to accomplish through this process, and I talked earlier about the need to update our standards references. Really, the other thing that we're trying to do through this is we kind of figured, since we're going to go through the trouble of doing a rulemaking hearing, it's worth it to do just a little bit of housekeeping on the existing rule set. So the last time these rules were updated was back in 2010, and that was a fairly major update to the rule set that has been in existence since 1987. But we've just had a decade to kind of work with local stakeholders to see what's well understood, maybe where there might have been some confusion in the update that we had there. And this presents a perfect opportunity to try to just clarify a few things and just eliminate some of that confusion. So in some cases, it can be as simple as just a few word changes to make it easier to understand. In a couple instances, we maybe didn't have the detail that we needed in the original update, and this is our opportunity to put that in. So that's what the rulemaking is proposed to be. What it is proposed not to be is an update to major policy throughout the rulemaking set. So it's not proposed to make any major policy changes, and I think that's important as we engage with external stakeholders. This isn't necessarily within the scope to make these policy changes, but rather just to work on clarifications to them and then update our standards as well. So that's what we're looking to do throughout the process here. We did file the notice of permanent rulemaking according to the statutes, and what that means is that it was published with the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies and the Secretary of State, and this showed up in the Colorado Register on August 10th to provide notice of the process. On August 16th, we did receive notice from the Department of Regulatory Agencies that we had a request for a benefit cost analysis associated with these rules. And this is in a requirement established by the Administrative Procedure Act. And so we will produce that benefit cost analysis. We are working on that as we speak. It's required to be done 10 days prior to the hearing. And it's our goal to actually have it done a little bit sooner than that so that we can get that posted. The request was made by Rocky Mountain Mechanical Contractors and was filed by their attorney with Trout Rayleigh. And again, we are working on that, and that will be posted to our website when it's complete. I do want to remind all of the board members and anybody that's listening to this item that we do have a dedicated website to this process. It's on the CWCB website. It's linked to that page right from our front page, and includes numerous documents, including the current effective rules, our proposed revisions. We have quite a few documents related to the outreach that we've done. We had 3 stakeholder workshops in late June and early July, each attended by about 50 people. And if you're interested in how those went, we do have recordings from those as well as sign-in sheets. We did have a couple of smaller stakeholder subgroups that were formed with some of our external stakeholders to do a little bit deeper dive into a couple of the rules. We're still working with those subgroups moving forward, but we're nearing completion. And I think we have maybe one more minor language update to the rule set, which we will post on our website as well. And I think that is about all that I want to mention. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but I do want to say we did not have any parties request status for the rulemaking hearing, so I don't think that's going to be an element of the hearing when we do reach that in November. And I think that's all that I have. I'd be happy to entertain any questions. And again, if Councilor Neely has anything she'd like to add as well regarding the process, I'd welcome that also.
Anything to add? Thank you. Yes. Kevin's right. The deadline for filing party status was last Friday, and I did not receive any application for party status. I had drafted an order setting forth the party responsibilities for example, pre-hearing deadlines, but without any parties on meeting, and just to set forth how staff's pre-hearing process should go with a pre-hearing statement. At this point, I've drafted it so that written testimony is not required because I envision staff will present their proposed revisions to the rules, a statement of basis and purpose, and describe that. However, if the board members would like written testimony, let me know, and I can write that into the order, which I anticipate filing early next week. The hearing is currently scheduled, I can put this in the notice we filed with Secretary of State for November 18th at 9 a.m. But I have an opportunity to change that in this order if that is the board's preference. But as I said, it's currently drafted for 9 a.m. first thing on the second day of that November meeting. So let me know now or in the next couple of days if staff or anyone prefers that to be a different time. What the order will also set forth a little more clearly is the opportunity for public comment for those who want to comment on the proposed revisions but don't have formal party status. We'll have opportunity for the public to make comment. That'll be limited to something like 5, 10, 15 minutes, and we'll go as I drafted the order after staff has made their presentation, and then the staff will have an opportunity to respond. Thank you. Good. Pretty straightforward. Director Gibbs, did you have a comment?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. It actually has nothing to do with the rules and regulations, but since this is a public meeting and Kevin just got done speaking, I just want to personally thank him really on behalf of Colorado for all of his amazing work too, working with those communities that have had experience with these major wildfires from last season. Kevin and his team have been instrumental in really being involved with the incident management structure, where his expertise is being a part of the decision making within the Grizzly Creek area and the Cameron Peak and East Troublesome. So thank you for all the amazing work that you're doing, behind the scenes. That's really, really important to communities.
Thank you, Director Gibbs, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank my team as well. It's all of us that are out there. It's certainly consumed quite a bit of our summer, but I'm proud of the work we've been able to do. So thank you for your kind words.
So it sounds like this should be a fairly straightforward rulemaking, a little less complicated than the last one we did last year. Are there any questions or comments for Kevin and Jen on the process or proposed schedule for the hearing? When will we see final materials for our consideration?
Thank you. I was thinking the board packet, the November board packet, but since we'll only have staff's pre-hearing statement, I'm happy to submit that earlier if that week.
It might be if it's not too much of an.
No, we'll do that earlier.
maybe we might have the opportunity to ask questions.
We will.
Yes.
Yeah, we-
Individually when we get the packet.
Oh, yes, you can reach out to staff. Yes, the staff is not a full party. They are advising the board, right? You can reach out to them.
Right. And certainly if there are questions that are appropriate, you can, of course, ask them or if there are no questions. Great, anything else? Thank you. See you in November.
Yep.
All right, agenda item 24, Southside River Timber Use Permit. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff. Excel Energy will be replacing electric transmission wires that currently cross above the South Platte River in Englewood, just south of Union Avenue. We have issued a temporary use license for this work so that they can access CWCB property, although it appears that access may not be required since the utility poles are located outside of CWCB property boundaries, and they can replace the line just using the current, the existing electric line. So they do have a right-of-way deed already in existence that seems to cover this work, but this use license will give the state just an added layer of coverage, and it does also include insurance stipulations. Let's see. We're asking a fee of $100, and the staff recommendation is to approve. I don't know if anybody had a chance to review this. It was submitted yesterday, so, but Excel has agreed to sign.
Any questions or comments? Board? All right, then I think we're ready for a motion to approve.
Agenda item 24.
Staff recommendation on agenda item 24 has been moved by Director Anderson and seconded by Director Schwartz. Any further deliberation from the board before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed or abstaining? And there's no opposition or abstention in the chat, so that item is unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, what we'd like to do is take a brief break to grab food and then proceed with the agenda so that we can wrap up early. It is about 10 of noon, so why don't we come back at 12:10? Directors, feel free to eat as we continue, and that way we can get everyone out of here a little bit early. So 12:10. 12:10. I'll be back with record. Thank you.
Sue, have you been on?
Sorry. Don't mean to invade your personal space.
PowerPoint's on.
Okay.
Are you on Zoom? Did you watch it?
Let's see, so that's all turned on. Well, let me start with that.
You're not on the agenda. I was just wondering. How to get to see them on.
This meeting is being recorded.
Taylor, are we ready?
I'm just checking with Vivian. Okay. So, 1 second. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are back on the record on agenda item 25, water plan grant. And I believe our first category is the agricultural grant. Cole, welcome.
All right, thank you. For the record, Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. As a few people have mentioned, Alex left in the last couple of weeks, and so I'm carrying the baton for the ag water plan grants for a little while. One of the last things Alex did before he left was convene the review committee for this, so they made the recommendations, and then I've carried the communication and documentation from there. So for this round, we received 6 applications from the ag category, totaling about 1.8 million. Of those 6, 2 of them are not being recommended for funding. The first was a carbon sequestration and salinity study from Brink Inc. And I had a really good debrief conversation with them and might come up with something for the future. And the second one was the Gurley Dam Embankment Rehabilitation Project from Farmers Water Development Company. And I believe we're going to talk about that one after the water plan grants. So I'll just skip over that for now. So then the 4 applications that are being recommended for funding total just over $1.5 million. And I'll give you just a quick description of each of those. So the first one is the one that Director Greenberg mentioned in her report yesterday. That's advancing soil health through technical assistance and producer incentives in the Republican River watershed. That's going to be funding outreach and technical assistance to advance soil health in the Republican River Basin. It's going to have a couple different partners. It'll address challenges described in the South Platte BIP and will enhance resilience to drought. The recommended award for that one is $298,467. The second one is developing irrigation infrastructure at CSU RDEC to support innovative research in irrigation efficiency, water use, and reuse. That one's coming from Colorado State University. They house the RDEC, which is a research and teaching farm. CSU and their several partners propose to install and upgrade irrigation infrastructure at RDEC, and that will enable them to research water reuse, energy, water efficiency, and soil health. That project is also collaborative, addresses challenges described in the South Platte BIP, and will lead to innovative solutions in agricultural challenges. The recommended award for that one is $588,246. 25C is the Colorado Master Irrigator statewide expansion and coordination. That's coming from Colorado Master Irrigator. And they are a nonprofit which conducts an educational program focused on water and energy conservation practices on farms. To this point, their efforts have been focused in northeastern Colorado, and they're going to use this grant to scale up and offer the program statewide. This will involve multiple partners. They have a proven history of success on the Eastern Plains. It'll address goals in several basin BIPs and encourages the adoption of water efficiency and conservation practices. The recommended award for this one is $418,575. And the last one I've got here is particularly poignant given the mental health discussions we've had today. This is the Drought Advisors Capacity and Research Project that's coming from the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union Educational and Charitable Foundation. They're a group of water professionals that work with farmers and ranchers to assess drought resources, identify risks, and implement practices to lessen drought hardship and stress. Beyond planning, they offer a support network for stress relief and addressing mental health. This grant to be used for capacity building, increased communication, outreach, and coordination. The recommended award for this one is $236,006. And so I can answer questions on any of those 4. And we may or may not have Dr. Timothy Martin or Amy Kremen to talk about 25B. I kind of gave them short notice since we got ahead of schedule.
Our,
I think Timothy's on.
okay,
Okay.
I just mic is on, so.
okay. Timothy, did you want to be recognized?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This is Timothy Martin. I'm the director for the Irrigation Innovation Consortium at Colorado State University, and we are the proponents of this grant application. And just a couple of words to say, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to put this before you. The Irrigation Innovation Consortium is led by Colorado State University. It involves 5 land grant universities, of which CSU is the lead. And those universities are University of Nebraska, Kansas State, Texas A&M, and California Fresno. We are the lead, as I said, the lead institution. This grant will enable us to better fulfill our mission in that program, as well as other research that's going on related at Colorado State University. I wanted to ask my colleague, Amy Kremen, if she's got her mic off, to spend 1 minute or so talking about the Testing Ag Performance Solutions Program, which is a big part of what this grant is going to be supporting. Amy, if you're there, please do. Otherwise, I can say a word. Okay, I don't hear Amy. Wait, there. Is that you, Amy? Okay, I'll just say a few words about that. This grant, one of the core activities under this grant application is supporting the implementation of a program called Testing Ag Performance Solutions, TAPS, which is very exciting farm management, irrigation, water management competition. This program was started at University of Nebraska, and they, being a colleague of ours and a participant with us in the Irrigation Consortium, are supporting us to implement this program in Colorado. And we're very excited about this program because of the way that it's set up. It is a very unique program that engages producers, irrigators, agricultural extension people, researchers, and plugs us into this network in the Western United States to perpetuate better irrigation and water management practices, adoption of technologies, and engagement of industry and other partners who are willing and able to contribute their equipment and their knowledge and their background and so forth. So this is a real stellar partnership type of program that we're going to be able to do with this grant. So I think that's probably taken enough of your time. I can answer another question or two, or perhaps Cole can address, if any. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, Director Stefano.
And I think
Go ahead, Amy.
I was just going to say, and I'm able to speak now. I was speaking before, but you couldn't hear me. So if there are questions that we can address, we would be happy to do so. Thank you. Thanks for that, Tim.
Okay, Director Stefano.
Madam Chair, thanks for coming in with this proposal. I'm really always impressed with what's going on at CSU and RDEC, and as you mentioned, irrigation management not only helps with conserving water supplies, but also water quality issues. And I think that drip systems go a long way in that. So thanks very much for that. The one comment I would have, and I'll make this directly also to Dr. Eduardo Gutierrez, that on the foods, I saw part of the grant talked about food safety and treating irrigation water for food safety, which is a really big deal for us vegetable farmers in protecting food safety. I don't think it's as much of an issue under drip than it is under other systems. So I'm going to really, when I talk to them, I'm going to encourage them that the real need is, for our systems that use higher volumes of water, of how we make sure we ensure that we have safe water there. But that was the only comment I'd have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And did you have a disclosure you wanted to make as well, Director Zapata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's not necessarily on this one. It's agenda item 25D, the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union Education and Charitable Foundation. I would like to make the disclosure that I am a member of Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, but I had no knowledge of this proposal or will not benefit directly from it. So I just to make a disclosure. Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
And thank you for the presentation or the discussion. Question being, are you going to have demonstration sites or experiments? You're going to bring us to experiment stations, and where will your where would the applications be for the funding and for these innovations?
On the CSU RDEC 25B. Dr. Martin, do you want to address that one?
Yes, sir. That's correct, Cole. It's going to be the location will be at CSU RDEC, and actually specifically it'll be at the Horticulture Center, which is RDEC South, which is at the intersection of I-25 and Mountain Vista, right there off the interstate. So we will have a lot of visibility at that location. It's close to CSU. It's right on the interstate. And this program, the TAPS program that I described to you, is very much about engaging producers, farmers, and researchers, all in the same program. So demonstration and outreach is a very big part of what this program will accomplish. So thank you for that question.
Can I? Yeah, may I? And I'll just tack on to what Tim said. So not only does this allow us to have a program where basically farmers have a no-risk environment in which to test their mettle and see how these technologies, a wide range of them that are off the shelf today, actually work in a competition where they basically figure out who's the most input use efficient in water and nitrogen, and also in terms of who's the most profitable because they go ahead and market those crops. Not only can they come and visit the site and see these technologies and engage with researchers and technological experts and dealers through this program, but they also engage throughout every growing season remotely. So they're engaging through an online dashboard and actually trusting the data coming off of this censored field with all these different products that are off the market and making irrigation decisions that they get applied on the field. And this is done in a randomized replicated block design. So not only do they compete, but we gather scientifically, rigorous data off of this and generate a really great data set that shows how you can have 20 farmers. They're all competing. Some are going to come out on top, and some are going to come out on top in different ways, and that's okay. You find out who's nitrogen and water efficient and why, how did they get there, what did they learn from using the technology, and then it creates this peer group where people can learn from each other about how each one of them got to success. And so there's a remote aspect to this. People from all over the state of Colorado and even beyond could participate in the Colorado TAPS program. That already happens in both Oklahoma and Nebraska. So this really stimulates conversation across the whole High Plains with this kind of changing ethic towards thinking about conservation-minded precision ag approaches to managing water and nutrients.
Thank you very much. That sounds amazing. Are there any other questions on this group of water plan grant recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Schwartz, that was a great question. And another thing, especially when it relates to food safety research, we don't want to have pathogens introduced into our farms. And so a lot of times research centers can do this in a controlled environment and really test products that are out there. We oftentimes get so many people coming to us saying, hey, treat your water with this. This will take care of this bacteria, whatever. And so it's nice to have research facilities like RDEC that are isolated, that can handle this material and really, as was mentioned, give us, the scientific replicated test results back to give us kind of that qualified third-party opinion on what may work and what may not work. So I really support the work that's going on at RDEC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Cicada, for that comment. Seeing no other questions, I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is to approve the full grant requests on items A25A through D for a total recommended approval of $1,541,294.
I move approval of agenda item 25, A, B, C, and D for staff recommendation.
Director Cicada, would you like to second?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further deliberation before we proceed to vote? And seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed or abstaining? And I'll just note for the record that there are no abstentions or objections in the chat. And for staff recommendation on items 25B passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Moving on to engagement and innovation. Ben, welcome back.
Thank you.
Before we proceed with the presentation, I believe we have a disclosure on 25P. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, it's I guess a hazard of being involved in a lot of things. So I also participate. I'm a member of the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, Colorado Farm Bureau. These are organizations that are members of the Colorado Ag Water Alliance, who is, I think, part of this proposed grant. But I will not again receive any direct financial benefit from this. So, but I just want to disclose that fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sakata. All right, and now Ben.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff presenting 25E, and this is a application from the Colorado Cattlemen's Association to do a 2-year outreach and education along with some infrastructure assessments. So we've funded some of the education and outreach through WSRF and water plan grants from the past. And so this would be a continuation of just providing more education on irrigation infrastructure, stream management planning, drought contingency planning, and more, just general efficiency and conservation and other water quality issues. And they've received a lot of good feedback from the producers on these on the outreach. So the funding will provide for more workshops, trainings, presentations, webinars. I think they have some field day trips as well planned over these next couple of years. The other part of this proposal is to form a statewide reservoir rehab working group, and they're going to be tasked with just identifying a lot of ag and multi-purpose reservoirs that are in need of some sediment removal and some infrastructure improvements. And then finally, in Custer County, they'll be performing an irrigation infrastructure assessment to help those producers in that county find where some more improvements can be made. So, so that is what this project entails, and they've got a lot of support from just other agricultural organizations and local entities. And so with that, I believe I may have missed Terry Fankhauser. He was going to join us today, and I don't know if he's on the line or not. I may have caught him right at the beginning of the lunch hour. So I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, is there any questions on this application? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Lori, for staff recommendation.
All right, well, staff recommends full approval of this grant up to $285,356 to Colorado Cattlemen's Association.
Thank you. Is there any, well, sorry, we need a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll move to approve agenda item 25E.
We need a second. Director Schwartz. All right. Staff recommendation on item 25E has been moved by Director Anderson and seconded by Director Schwartz. Is there any further deliberation from the board before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed or abstaining? And seeing none, this item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm just going to remind our guests who are joining us today, please make sure your phone or your computer is muted if you're not. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Agenda items 25F through K. This is Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record, along with Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff. The environment and recreation category received 6 applications. One of those applications, 25I, that application has been polled by the applicant. We expect to see that again probably at the next round, but we can describe what happened there when we get to it. The rest of the applications, so we're looking at 5 applications, all recommended for funding with a total amount of just over 5.8 million. Andrea and I will be presenting those together or in tandem today for you. So the first application is from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It's the North Elk Creek Fish Barrier Construction Project. North Elk Creek is a tributary to the White River in the Yampa White Basin. This is a project that will create a fish barrier to protect native Colorado River cutthroat trout habitat in the watershed by preventing other species of trout from migrating into this area and outcompeting them. It's a high value project for both Colorado Parks and Wildlife and for Trout Unlimited, and is being recommended for $205,000.
Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff for the record. Agenda item 25G is the 2021 Rio Grande Diversion Infrastructure Recreation and Habitat Improvement Project put forth by the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation. This project aims to address 5 ditches near South Fork and Del Norte, and these ditches are reliant on aging infrastructure. The project would like to replace all 5 ditches and with ditches and structures that improve the efficiency and reduce maintenance, and that include fish and boat passage. It aims to replace the head gates of 4 of the ditches and stabilize almost 4,000 linear feet of stream bank and restoration of 3 acres of riparian habitat. And this is recommended for $818,030. The next item is 25H, and that's the Purgatory River Baca Picket Wire Diversion Dam Multi-Use Restoration Project put forth by the Purgatory Watershed Partnership. And this project aims to improve the agricultural water delivery systems to increase the functionality and efficiency of the diversion structure, install fish passage and boat passage, protect and stabilize river banks, remove invasive species, improve in-stream aquatic conditions, and reinforce the structural integrity of the dam. And this one is recommended for $773,762.
Okay, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff, picking up on agenda 25I. This was an application from the Roaring Fork Conservancy for the Crystal River Riverfront Park Restoration and Efficiency Project. This application was pulled by the applicant at the last minute. Last Thursday evening, the applicant was notified that their construction window of this fall was not going to work with the window that CPW has identified for working in the river because of whitefish spawning. So I call that the whitefish window. So this project was not going to meet the whitefish window, which is a construction period of mid-August to the end of September. This is going to introduce some things that we didn't have time to figure out. I was notified of this on Friday of last week. I met with CPW on Monday to talk through it and realizing that the new timeline is pretty tight. The applicant is not fully aware of whether or not the construction will be able to happen in 1 year. If they take multiple years, that could have impacts on the budget. So in the end, the applicant pulled the application and we advised them to resubmit in December of this year. Just as quick background, the CWCB has been a partner on this project in the design phase and supported that phase and was going to recommend this for funding until it got pulled. So we think it will have a favorable review when we see it in December. Next up is.
So as you are aware that having had the opportunity to see the project, meet with the applicant, and understand that this is an important collaboration between the Audubon Society, Carbondale community, and so forth. So just to be reassured that because of the timing of our cycles, that they'll have an opportunity to have another application reviewed and put in and be eligible for this construction window, should they pursue it next year, next late summer and fall. So I just want to understand that we have a cycle that they'll be eligible for to reapply the project.
Yes, Director Schwartz, if they apply to the December 1 round and are awarded a grant, there's still some unknowns about how costs and timelines may change. But if they are awarded a grant, they would be able to implement by August with our contracting process. So there's still unknowns, though they may about the cost of the project. So I'm unaware if they'll be pursuing other funding sources or not. But I will continue to work with the applicant, the Roaring Fork Conservancy. Like I said, we're in favor of this one. Whitefish populations are in heavy decline. That's my understanding. And the Crystal is a very sensitive spawning ground for those populations. I don't fully understand why the applicant CPW just had a dialogue about this Thursday last week. I think there was a misunderstanding about the timing on things, but I've not been able to follow up and get great detail on
that. Madam Chair, thank you. This is Rob Harris for CPW for the record. Yeah, we're pretty disappointed about this result. We certainly strongly support the project. And as Chris noted, this is a sensitive population of whitefish that's been in decline. Crystal is a particularly important reef. Our understanding is that there was a misunderstanding, perhaps, on the part of the applicant that they would qualify for exemptions to a 14-year-old Army Corps regional permit, where it identifies CPW as the decision maker on this whitefish issue. Granted exceptions in the past where there have not been significant whitefish impacts, not whitefish impacts. This was not one of those cases based on facts. And so, this is just a good, opportunity for CPW to express to the board, public, that we really do welcome the opportunity to consult on these issues early, and particularly as in this case where we're a named decision maker on the permit.
Well, hopefully it sounds like there's a lot of goodwill and momentum behind the project. Hopefully we can get those issues worked out, and we'll see it in our next round.
If I might, and if the board has any further questions, we've got our senior aquatic biologist, Lori Martin, I believe, on the phone, as well as our area aquatic biologist, Kendall Backish, and our district wildlife manager, Darren Chikong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to present the next item, and then we'll take questions?
Sounds good, Madam Chair. Thank you. Next item is 25J. This is the application from Colorado Trout Unlimited for the Poudre Headwaters restoration of project. This portion of the project is a fish barrier on the Grand Ditch. The Grand Ditch brings water from the Colorado River headwaters out of Rocky Mountain National Park into the Poudre Basin at Long Draw Reservoir. The intent of this project is to keep Colorado trout species and other fish species out of the Poudre Basin so that they do not compete with greenback cutthroat trout. The idea here is to open up 5 miles of protected stream habitat for the greenback cutthroat trout, as well as 104 acres of preserved habitat. I'll just briefly mention that in the past, the watershed program has not entertained fish barrier projects, but in reviewing these applications, and the reason for that is it seems to be more of a singular objective type project. But in reviewing the applications, the importance of these sensitive species kind of outweighs the need in our minds of bringing forward multiple objectives and watershed health, and that's why they're being recommended for funding. Next up is 25K. All right. Well, this is the brought forward by the Windy Gap Water Activity Enterprise out of the Northern District. This is the Colorado River Connectivity Channel. Many of you know this as the Windy Gap Bypass Project. We've entertained this for many years now. The recommendation here is for $3.8 million. The CWCB has just a little north of $3 million invested in this project already, for a grand total of, I believe, 27% of the project total. We have received information from Northern that they have a guaranteed maximum bid on the project, that it is very likely to proceed pending some NRCS funding, and that this is likely to be the last request before project implementation to get this very important project going. And I believe that Jeff Drager from the Northern District's on the line and would like to just say a few brief words for us.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Yeah, I'm Jeff Drager, Director of Engineering at Northern Water. And I just want to say that Northern Water's municipal subdistrict and the connectivity channel stakeholders that include Grant County, the River District, Trout Unlimited, CPW, and the Upper Colorado River Authority really want to express our profound gratitude to CWCB, the board and staff, for supporting this project. And as Chris said, we are nearing completion of design. We will start construction in 2022. It's a 2-year project because we're draining a dam and rebuilding it and building a new channel. So it'll be started in 2022, completed in 2023. And this project's going to be a great benefit to the Colorado River, allowing it to operate in a more natural way for fish and aquatic life. So, and I guess the last thing I'd like to say in listening to this morning's discussion on the water plan, I also want to point out that this was part of the Colorado Basin Implementation Plan, and your ongoing support for this project, both for the previous grants mentioned and this one, have really been key to making it move forward. So again, thank you for your support.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for those comments. Are there any questions on items 25 F, G, H, I, J, or K? Director Zapata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Windy Gap bypass, I can't, it's amazing to me. I have 15 years ago when I was on the Water Quality Control Commission, we toured the area and really understood the need for this. So just hats off to all the partners for continuing to work together all these years. I think it will do this, I think, is a tremendous project. And I'm looking through it even where you have the anonymous landowner donating to the project. So that's fantastic. I just really wanted to commend everybody for continuing to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Okay, staff recommends approval of agenda items 25F through K, absent 25I, for full funding of $5,818,960.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move agenda items 25 F through K for staff recommendation for $5.8 million.
Minus I.
Minus I. Yeah.
Staff Director Hawkins. Well, let me just clarify. Go ahead.
So I will remove agenda item 25 F, G, H, J, K. A total of $5.8 million.
The staff recommendation. Staff recommendations have been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Anderson. Director Hawkins, do you have a question?
I did, thank you. I just wanted to double check that the amount on the slide has been reduced so it does not include agenda item I.
Director Hawkins, that is correct.
Thank you. Is there any further deliberation among the board before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed or abstaining? And I'll just note for the record that Director Sakata has noted his disclosures, or sorry, on what was it? Never mind. Sorry, he's already moving on to the next group. All right. Now those recommendations are unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Matt, and as Matt is coming up, Director Sakata, would you like to make your disclosures?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Disclosures for agenda item 25 L, Central Colorado Water Conservancy District. Some of our irrigation wells are augmented through Central Colorado Conservancy District, but I will not directly gain any financial benefit from this project. And also for agenda item 25O, Farmers Reservoir and Irrigation Company. We do irrigate out of one of the canals from FRICO, the Henry Lynn ditch, but I will not receive any direct financial benefit from this project as well. Those are my disclosures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director Schwartz?
The disclosure as well, Madam Chair, on the item M, out of the lands, then on their board and did not receive any financial benefit or compensation.
Thank you. Matt, welcome back.
Good afternoon, board. Matt Stearns, CWCB staff for the record. We've made some good progress staying ahead of schedule, so I will try to keep us on the same path. I will be presenting on agenda items 25L through Q for the water storage and supply category of the water plan grants. The first one that I wanted to touch on is 25L, that is for the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District. And the project is the Robert W. Walker Recharge Project, Wiggins Farm Pond and Pipeline. This grant request is for a combined storage and supply and environment and recreation application from the Central Colorado Water Conservation District. We looked at combining those for efficiencies in-house. It includes an expansion of an earlier project to provide retiming of flows by recharge ponds in order to support agriculture in South Platte. This phase of the project will extend the pipeline approximately 1 mile to a newly constructed recharge pond on land owned by the town of Wiggins, who is also a project partner. In exchange for allowing the recharge pond on town land, the district will provide additional flow in the pipeline for the town to use in a future recharge pond of its own. The project also includes stream bank restoration along 2.5 miles of the South Platte in order to reduce stream bank erosion, create a functioning riparian community, and construct a surface diversion channel for the Walker Recharge Project capable of diverting up to 50 CFS. It will further the goal of the Colorado Water Plan by adding approximately 10,000 acre feet of supply and restoring approximately 15,000 feet of the stream. I believe we do have a representative from the district in the audience if you'd like to take their comments now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is.
Please come up to the table so that everyone can hear you.
I apologize. I've never
No,
been
you're
here
fine.
before.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Billy Mihelich. I'm the district engineer for Central Colorado Water Conservancy District. Mainly my presence is here to thank the board for accepting our or considering our application and to answer any questions that the board may have.
Very much. Are there any questions for the applicant on this one? Well, thank you again for making the time to be here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
All right, agenda item 25M is Colorado Open Lands. The project name is the Upper Rio Grande Partnership to Preserve Agriculture and Restore Aquifers, or PARA.
This grant request is a follow-up to a 2019 Colorado Water Plan grant in which it was determined that conservation easements in the San Luis Valley could successfully be used to help restrict groundwater pumping while allowing for greater flexibility once the aquifers have recovered. This grant, along with USDA funds, will be used to implement these conservation easements and develop accompanying management plans. These efforts will further several Colorado Water Plan goals by helping to facilitate the conservation of at least 8,000 acre-feet, will provide resources to support local voluntary water conservation alternatives, and provide a variety of environmental benefits.
Keep rolling.
Agenda item 25N for the Denali Water and Sanitation District. The project name is the Denali and Triview Collaborative ASR Design. This grant is a follow-up effort to a 2011 pilot study that determined that aquifer storage and recovery, or ASR, was feasible in the Arapahoe Aquifer. That pilot study successfully stored approximately 40 acre-feet of water in the aquifer at a rate of 1 acre-foot per day, and then subsequently recovered it. This grant will be used to explore the feasibility of a regional ASR between the Denali Water and Sanitation District and the Triview Metropolitan District on the Colorado Front Range. It will include design, permitting, and operations of the ASR facilities, as well as sharing the outcomes and recommendations learned from this larger pilot study. The project will further the Colorado Water Plan goals by creating new storage in the Arkansas Basin. Agenda item 25O, the Farmers Reservoir and Irrigation Company for the project, the Bar Lake Maximum Normal Operating Water Level Raise. This grant request is to assist in enlarging one of the company's reservoirs, Bar Lake. The reservoir is used in combination with several of the company's other reservoirs for irrigation, municipal, and industrial purposes along the Front Range. This project is the outcome of Colorado's Dam Safety Branch new Regional Extreme Precipitation Study, or the REPS tool, which was used to determine that the probable maximum precipitation was actually less than the amount used to design the dam and spillway. After analysis, it was determined that the reservoir could safely raise the water surface elevation, allowing for approximately 1,500 acre-feet of new storage. This water surface elevation rise will inundate structures in the surrounding state park, necessitating their replacement. The grant will be used to fund additional design work, permitting, and construction. And this project will further the goals of the Colorado Water Plan by creating new storage in the Metro Basin. Agenda item 25P for the Rio Grande Water Conservation District for the project, the Colorado's Rio Grande Basin Water Cooperative Project. This grant request is to support scoping, planning, and development of an implementation plan to develop an in-basin water market. Primary elements on designing the water market strategy will include operations, administration, finances, and a legal framework. This water market strategy will support outreach efforts that encourage participation of the district's sub-districts, as well as surface right holders in an in-basin water market. The goal of the water market is to help the district meet a potential water gap of 16,000 acre-feet needed by the sub-districts to remedy stream depletions. The project will further the goals of the Colorado Water Plan by facilitating collaborative water sharing agreements in order to address the basin's water gap issue. This project will also help demonstrate the viability of water sharing agreements to address a broad suite of water resource challenges. Agenda item 25Q is for the town of Dove Creek for the project Reservoir Number 2, Dove Creek Water Treatment Facility. This grant request is to support the town in developing additional storage for their domestic water system, which serves approximately 450 households and 175 bulk water users in the area. The town has a contract with the Dolores Water Conservancy District for 280 acre-feet of water annually, which is delivered through an irrigation canal. The water is then stored in a 100 acre-foot reservoir next to the town's water treatment plant. The town's average annual water usage is 125 acre-feet, and it relies on deliveries from the district to provide consistent domestic water. The town is proactively planning for the needs of the community, considering the drought conditions the basin is experiencing by planning for a new 100-acre-foot reservoir. This reservoir will be located adjacent to the existing one and will allow the community to store more of the water it purchases. This will also provide resiliency in the face of diminished deliveries from the district due to the length of the irrigation season being shorter. The grant will be used in conjunction with the Water Project Loan Program loan to fund engineering, final design, and construction of the new reservoir. And this project furthers the goals of the Colorado Water Plan by creating new storage in the Southwest Basin.
Thanks, Matt. If my notes are correct, I think we may have a representative on the Rio Grande Water Conservation District project, Amber Pacheco, on the Zoom, and I just wanted to give her an opportunity to address the board if she would like.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. And again, my name is Amber Pacheco, and I'm a program manager here for the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. And I manage subdistricts 2, 3, 6, and I also assist the Trinchera subdistrict, which is outside of our district's boundaries. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you all for listening to our grant request and to let you know that we're excited to be able to submit a request for a cooperative project that we think benefits all of the stakeholders here in regards to water by bringing in the environment, recreational, conservation, and agricultural communities. So thank you all for your consideration and your time, and any questions I'd be happy to try to answer.
Thank you, and thank you for the application and for taking the time to join us remotely today.
Thank you.
And thank you, Amber, for being here as well. And maybe this is a question for Director Ryan as well. I just want to understand this water market, water sharing, what kind of water rights, what kind of sort of any kind of court process, or are we creating a new kind of water? I mean, how's this working within the current statutory constraints?
Director Schwartz, I apologize. I'm not.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So it's with regard to this Rio Grande application number P for this new water market within the San Luis Valley and water sharing within the sub-districts for different beneficial use, I assume. And so to address different values, but how that's going to be facilitated in the Rio Grande, these water rights water being shared and more fungible.
And I apologize. I would have to report this.
Okay. Amber, do you have a thought about?
Sure. Thank you, Chairwoman. So the concept of this water market is to through a cooperative arrangement and a willing buyer, willing seller kind of setup, we would work with the numerous canals and ditch systems around the San Luis Valley, and that includes in all of the counties of the San Luis Valley, for an opportunity where we would fallow currently irrigated farm grounds or other consumptive uses of water rights, and we would temporarily change those through an alternative transfer method project to see if it is feasible moving forward for a full court case to change that permanently. So it would give an opportunity to those water users another use that they could have for their water and an opportunity to benefit economically from that. But also the sub-districts would have a supply of water to fulfill the obligations we have to replace our depletions, and also to show that we can do that in the long term. So it gives us a more permanent supply of water. And the other part of that was we could also work with our other stakeholders like Trout Unlimited, for instance. When we release water out of reservoirs for depletion payments, if we do that at an opportune time, that they need for their fisheries. We could use 1 acre foot of water to meet 2 needs possibly. So we're looking at how that water market can help with our restricted water resources to meet multiple needs. So it certainly could lead to a court case and would if it's long-term.
Thank you. It does. And I know CPW has also been helpful in terms of occasional releases to help support flows during different times. And so I think that's helpful. So within the ATM program, there are limitations on the number of years you can have those exchanges. And so the question is, if you are going to fallow, are you fallowing temporarily or permanently? And how do you see that functioning prior to going in for that court case change?
And Madam Chair, can I jump in and respond a little better? That helps me record shorts. And I've been in contact and in meetings with the sub-district to discuss this. And I think when we say ATM, I'll say ATM-like, because these can be done through substitute water supply plans or through ultimately through water court. So we wouldn't have those same sideboards that you would see maybe from Ballard leasing or street fill loans. But again, it's a faithful change of use that looks at historic use and considers injury and return flows. So all those components are taken care of in the administrative process.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea. Yeah. I'm just wondering how it's being executed. So thank you. Amber, thank you. Great explanation.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this group of grant applications? Director Anderson.
I would move approval of agenda item 25L through Q.
Okay, I want to just make sure we put the staff recommendation before the board.
Sure. The staff recommends approval of agenda item 25L through Q for a total recommended amount of $4,212,369.
Director Anderson has moved approval. We need a second. Thank you, Director Schwartz, for that second. Is there any further deliberation by the board? I know you guys are rocking it today. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? And seeing none, staff recommendations are unanimously approved. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to the consent agenda item 5F.
So Matt Stearns, CWCB staff, again for the record. I'll be presenting on consent agenda item 5F. So this was a grant for the Farmers Water Development Company to rehab the Gurley Dam. We did not recommend approval, and that's why we're handling it here. So this grant request is to rehabilitate the Gurley Dam, which is currently under a storage restriction from Colorado Dam Safety. The action restricts storage in the 10,000 acre foot reservoir to only 5,000 acre feet. The reservoir currently provides municipal water for the town of Norwood and the residents of Wrights Mesa. It also provides agricultural water to approximately 12,000 acres in the area. The dam has been restricted due to a surface slip on the downstream face of the dam, which occurred in the spring of 2019. The project will also include extending the reservoir's outlet. Staff is not recommending approval of this request, but I have been personally communicating with the owner, the engineer, and the grant applicant over the past year to suggest funding options. The project appears to be a good fit for our loan program and potentially a good fit for the WSRF grant program, which they're currently seeking, but not for the water plan grant. This was originally submitted under the storage and supply category, but there were a couple of reasons why we didn't approve it under that. First, rehab is not considered an eligible expense under this category. It's primarily for expansion of existing storage or creation of new storage through several different mechanisms. Secondly, a technical piece that there was not a feasibility study submitted with this, and that is required by the criterion guidelines, since these tend to be more expensive and more intricate projects. And while it's no longer the case, the schedule that they submitted showed that work would be complete before the grant could be contracted. That's changed. They're actually still going through looking at other alternatives for grant funding. As I mentioned, they're working with the WSRF program through the local basin roundtable right now. And they are planning to potentially come back in for another grant request in December for the water plan grant, in combination with a new reservoir that would be created between Gurley Reservoir and Lone Cone, which is a neighboring facility that has some similar issues. Since it wasn't eligible under storage and supply, we did see if we could shuffle it in-house the agriculture category. And what it came out of that was it's not strictly an ag reservoir. So that was an issue with it. And then it also scored lower than other projects since it's primarily rehab. It doesn't really address the goals of the Colorado Water Plan by modernizing infrastructure or improving those ag efficiencies that's lined out in the criterion guidelines. So with that, I'm going to continue working with this group and all of their partners to see if we can get to a good project that can be constructed and restore all the storage capacity to them.
Are there any questions on consent agenda item 5F? Director Hoffman?
Thank you, Matt, and thanks for the extra preparation to have this off the consent agenda and on the normal agenda. I don't have a problem with staff's recommendation, but I thought that the application warranted a little bit of board discussion or just information. This is a hard decision. I was out at this reservoir a few weeks ago with the stakeholder group for the stream management plan. And the way the system works, this reservoir really is what a whole sort of community and multiple uses relies on. They don't divert water directly from the San Miguel River. They capture tributary water, and it supports all their ag and municipal operations there. So I really think that as we consider both the criteria for the water plan and a potential pivot in the water supply reserve funds, I'd like to keep an eye on an issue that I've seen in my basin, which is that it's been a little tricky for folks in my basin to access the storage and supply and agricultural components of the water plan grants. And then, just thank you, Matt, for continuing to work with this water user. I'm sort of hearing loud and clear that dam rehabilitation is really not eligible under either of those parts of our water plan grant program, and that there's also potentially some work that the applicant needs to do in advance of submitting. So unless there are any other comments, I would move to approve staff recommendation on this item.
Do we need an action on this one? You're not recommending approval. I just want to clarify.
I do believe you need approval of not grant application.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. So staff recommendation on consent agenda 5F has been moved by Director Hawkins, seconded by Director Anderson. Is there any further discussion among the board before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, staff recommendation is approved. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Brody.
All right, and last but not least, we're on agenda item 26, severance tax operational funds for grant funding. Welcome, Anna.
Good afternoon.
afternoon. Anna Moss, CWCB staff for the record, excuse me. So item 26 was discussed in detail at the Finance Committee earlier this week, so I don't need to maybe take a whole lot of your time on this, but this is the Severance Tax Operational Fund grant funding. And so we're, as we mentioned on Tuesday, a little bit out of our normal cycle. Normally, you all would see these in March for the upcoming fiscal year. These funds were restricted by the DNR budget director just in light of severance tax vulnerability and how those funds are used within the department overall. So we received notice recently that we could use a small portion of the funding to address some of our high priority projects. So this list that's in your memo and also on the slide here was really developed looking at our internal priority projects, as well as what we could achieve, contract, and actually get the work done by the end of this fiscal year, because these have a very short timeline. So with that, you've got the recommendation in your memo, which is effectively to approve these 6 grants as listed.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Anderson, would you like to bring us home?
I move approval of staff recommendations. I don't know that I'm 26.
And would you like to second, Director Short? Is there any further discussion on agenda item 26? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, staff recommendation on agenda item 26 is approved. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really want to thank everybody for listening to me this morning. I'm kind of embarrassed by that, but going through going through the meeting today, I can't tell you what an honor it is. And I'm just, I wrote some stuff down. Occupation of love, occupation of hope. Do not neglect emotions. Reason is the first casualty of drought. Just so much insight from all of you that I am just so honored to serve with you, and it kind of just re-energizes me. So thank you all so much for not only what you've done for me today, but what you continue to do for everybody in Colorado, as we are an advocate for Colorado. So thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody.
Right back at you, Director Sakata. All right, and that brings us to the end of our agenda. I want to thank staff for doing yet another amazing job of pulling together this meeting in less than ideal circumstances. You did a great job at making it work and figuring out solutions on the fly. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It was really well done. And with that, I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I second. All those in favor? All right. All right.